Bon matin tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. I feel the excitement in the air. I would like to call this first session of budget deliberations to order.
Your Worship, we have an agenda before us, and there are no changes as far as I know.
I think our CFO has some changes possibly to how this is going to roll out. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Yeah, we would propose a small change to the agenda today. Ben Jolette from the RCMP was called unexpectedly and had to go to Fredericton, so he can't be here. So our suggestion is to move protective services. It's already at the end of today, but we would only do it tomorrow morning when Ben is in the room, and we would move community services or so on, but we'll move protective services right to the end, if that's okay with council.
I think so. I would take a motion to move the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Kingston. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and I believe that since just yesterday we had the overview at the Committee of the Whole, we can move right into the deliberations. So, Jacques, you need to turn on your microphone. There we go.
All right, thank you. Just one thing to note today, Greg Hauser is in Newfoundland, so he will be joining, he will be doing his sections online, so it's not that he's sick or anything, he's actually online. So what we'll start this morning, we'll go through the overall budget overview, which is kind of the first pages in our budget binder, and then Greg will take over at the Capital Works budget. So we'll just move page by page. So if we all open up to page 1 of our budget document, and also for the public as well, Lukeman is displaying the pages that we're dealing with, and even for council, we will put them on screen as we go. So the first page of the document is just a glance into Moncton history, and it talks about how Moncton was founded or so on. It talks about the fact that we have 2 hospitals or so on, and it's really a general overview of our city. The next 2 pages, we have on page 2, one thing that I want to highlight, we have there the average sale price for residential real estate in Moncton. It's currently at $358,000. You will see later on in the document that there is another number used, but that's the median. So there's a difference between the average sale price and the median. And we can get to that. On page 2 as well, we have other statistics for our city that are quite key. One interesting one is that 56% have a commute of 15 minutes or less. So on page 3, we have more statistics. We have our language distribution. We have 44% of our city who identifies as being bilingual. It talks about our population growth in 2023. We had our population of 91,085. Now we'll move on to, and if there are any questions from members of council as well as we go through the budget document, we would just ask you to hit the button, and then after that we will answer the question. The other thing as well I forgot to mention before we start, the plan of action would be the same as in prior years. Any motion of council, we need a mover and a seconder, and then after that staff will take those motions, we will prepare a backgrounder, a recommendation, and on Thursday we would vote on all the motions. On Thursday, after all the motions are brought forward, after the motions are voted on, we take a recess. We have to go in upstairs and we have to kind of use the provincial templates to make sure that everything balances, because we can't be off by too much, and then we would come back for the final vote on the 3 budgets. So to return to the budget overview, if we go to page 4, we have our mission statements and values. We talked about those yesterday, and on page 5, our pillars. These pillars are very important, even if we don't have specific action items. For staff to kind of create the draft budget that is prepared today, we focus a lot on these 5 pillars when approving or requesting some things to be brought forward. On page 6, 7, and 8, we have our table of contents. And that's, if we want to follow through or go through a section of the budget, we can use that table of content. On page 9, we have our Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. So we really believe strongly in our budget document. We strive for excellence. We submit our budget every year to the Government Finance Officers Association, and we've received this award for the past 4 years. So we're really proud of that as a city. Number 10 is the same thing. Now, if we go into budget overview, and now we're going to start getting into the more meatier section of the budget documentation. So our budget philosophy really for us is we want to make sure that we have a very responsible management of our public funds. In preparation of the budget, we use the strategic plan objectives. We always want to make sure that we are able to meet our council-approved service levels with our existing funds, and we want to adopt best practices whenever we prepare the budget. The guiding principles this year that went into the budget, so number 1, council approved in the Committee of the Whole meeting of August that the overall property tax revenues would be limited at 5.5%, regardless of the assessment that we would get to ensure that we can protect the taxpayers. When we build this up into our budget, that means it equates right now at a 6.2 cents reduction. But again, this is just draft. There will be motions. This number will change. And just into perspective as well, because we want to try and limit the 10% increase in property taxes that the residents, that 85% of the residents would face. So this year, by reducing the property tax rate by 6.2 cents, which would generate an overall city property tax revenues at 5.5%, that means that approximately 85% of our properties is going to see a 5.23% overall property tax increase next year. Just to put it in perspective as well, we got this from another municipality, and we figured, so last year we only reduced it by 2 cents. That equated to a 8.23% overall property tax increases for the 85% of the properties that are in the spike protection mechanism. So it's just a comparison year over year of what we're doing. In this budget, again, our ultimate goal is to sustain existing service levels. We've also adjusted the budget for the impacts of inflation. We're always looking at hitting our 75% recap, so our capital budget in our existing assets. And again, everything we do is about prioritization, strategic decision-making, or so on. Council direction in this budget. So council plays the pivotal role in establishing this budget. Council sets the strategic objectives. They discuss different things during council meetings, and we're always taking notes so that we really listen to council when preparing the budget. And then council also set the direction at that committee of the whole this year. If we move to page 12, it's just a general overview of how the budget the document is organized. When we will go into the different service area sections later on, we all follow the same format. On page 13, we have the economic outlook and related factors. Again, for Canada and New Brunswick, the key factors, so for Canada, we are seeing a slowing of the economy. I think it was done on purpose with the interest rates rising, with the interest rates strategy of the Bank of Canada, but we are really seeing a reduction in the growth of the economy now. In New Brunswick, we're also seeing the growth is expected to slow to 0.7 this year. That being said, one of the things that is positive for our province, it's our fiscal situation in our province is better than it used to be 5 or 6 years ago with the decisions that were made with the previous levels of government. In terms of New Brunswick, our population, City of Moncton on page 14, our population has grown to 91,085 in 2023, and that's from 85,000 in 2022, and it was expected to grow another 2% into 2024. But there could be things that would impact that. In terms of key points impacting the City of Moncton budget for 2025 that we're really looking into, again, the reduction of interest rates, that can be positive for our city. The cost, that would mean that normally it brings that means the inflation is under control, which is positive. Also, when we borrow, it costs us less to service our debt than it would if not. And again, the inflation being reduced, and we'll go into that a little bit more later on, it helps our city. In terms, if we go to page 15, so this is where we really focus on the general fund operating comments. So one of the things that I think is important is City of Moncton's financial position. It remains strong, but as a municipality like any other, we do have challenges. So we are in a good position, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we do not have challenges. Everything is about prioritization, and we can only invest so many dollars in so many areas, and we have to make, council has to make those policy decisions. For 2025, we experienced property assessment growth of 9.65%, and that is broken down by new construction representing 2.89%, and changes due to reassessment is 6.76%. So why is that important? Is a lot of the growth is based on our existing properties where market values continue to rise. The other factor that's really important when staff drafted this draft budget is 85% of our properties are under the spike protection mechanism. And yesterday when I shared some assessment results with council, even for 2025, 51% of properties in our city, the market value increased by more than 10% again in 2025. So what that means is last year we had approximately 85% of our properties in the spike protection mechanism, which means year over year, their assessment for tax purposes will increase by 10%. By having 51% of properties that for 2025 is increasing by more than 10%, we're expecting that that is going to be the case for the next probably 5-6 years, where we have our properties still increasing by 10%, because there's a gap between what the property is really assessed at and what is used for tax purposes before the spike protection mechanism. If we move to the bottom of the page here, for the LSDs, again, the city is limited to what we can increase there. It's 5 cents per year that we can. And in this budget, we have done that. The property taxes of our LSDs are 34% less than within the old city limits. This strategy as well, if we follow what Dieppe has done, Fredericton and so on, they've done the exact same thing. The other changes stemming from the provincial local governance reform that, and this is something that we're working on with the Union of Municipalities of New Brunswick. Right now, we are limited to set the multiplier rate at 1.7%. That is the rate that is applied for commercial properties. The challenge with that as a municipality, and St. John often talks about it a lot, is that we have not seen the same growth in assessment values for commercial properties as we have for residential. By us being limited to with the multiplier rate set at 1.7 is often sometimes what happened. It's the residential properties, unfortunately, that have to take the brunt of the room to be able to make up the capacity of what we need to operate. And what we're advocating to the province through fiscal reform is for municipalities to have more flexibility in that user rate. Because right now, by giving property tax rate reductions to the residents, automatically it applies to the commercial properties as well at that 1.7 multiplier. And if we had more flexibility, we don't necessarily want to tax the commercial properties more, but we could do a better distribution of the fiscal burden. If we move now to, the other important thing with our strategy as well at the bottom of page 15 is by reducing the tax rate, it impacts the major property tax increases for residents, because right now they're limited. The increase will be 5.23% for around approximately 85% of our properties. But it also decreases the tax burden for developers, which makes it, which puts them in a better position to build more units and also to provide cheaper rent to our renters in our city. The financial position of the province on page 16, again, last year they've announced surpluses, and the net debt to GDP ratio is the lowest level in 16 years, and ours, which is really positive, is projected to be the lowest among the provinces east of Saskatchewan. So that's good for us, because anytime that the province's fiscal situation is not in good order, normally it means that we have to pick up more of the burden, so that's positive. In terms of future assessment growth on page 16, as you all know, we've experienced some significant assessment increases over the last few years, and based on the data that we've received for this project, we expect that to continue on the residential, so reassessment. New construction, we're seeing a slowdown in the economy, but there are some mechanism, for example, the removal of HST or the GST on some new apartment buildings or so on, could contribute to increased new construction. But we're kind of in a slow market right now, although Moncton is still experiencing some very positive growth. On page 17, when we talk about our revenues, so again, we put our revenues, our overall property tax revenue growth at 5.5% as directed by council. Our own source revenues have increased by approximately 2.2 million in comparison to 2024. Most of that is in two areas. Kodiak Transpo, as you will see, this is where we are investing a lot of funds in this budget, but and with that comes additional revenues. And also there's an increase of $2 at Magnetic Hills Zoo. And we are also projecting some strong development permits in comparison to what we had budgeted in 2024. In terms of the expenses, wages is our biggest line item. Line items, they continue to grow in accordance with labor contracts. Police, there's major investments in police. There is some in the fire service budgets. We continue to support our third-party not-for-profit organization, and we continue to invest in our existing assets as well. So our overall results, again, if council moves forward with a 5.5% overall property tax revenue increase, it'll reduce the tax rate from 1.4231 in 2024 to 1.3614 in 2025. This morning I was listening to CBC. This strategy is pretty in line with what Dieppe has done, with what St. John has done, with what Fredericton has done as well. If we move to the next page, we talk about the significant level 1 changes. So level 1s are items that we do adjust based on things that are more known. So it's not necessarily a policy decision of council. So as part of the fiscal reform, this year again, we're facing a $646,000 reduction in our equalization funding from the province. We have 2 more years, and then after that, we will no longer receive any equalization funding from the provinces. Other things as well, we have an increase in bus fares and subsidy revenues of 1.6 million, but that is also subject to more cost as well. Our building permits and zoning revenue, we're increasing by 387,000. That's based on what we're seeing, so in our actuals. And we talked about the zoo, where if we increase the rate by $2, that would mean 311,000. In terms of our expenditure changes, again, wages and benefits will increase by 3.2 million following contractual increases. Water costs decrease by 533,000, which reduces the burden on our general fund, but creates a little bit of pressure on our utility fund. And the biggest increase, of course, is the CRPA contract at 9.5 million from 2024. That is included in this budget as of now. In terms of our social consideration, we just identify where we spend funds for our social issues. The city is contributing a lot more funding than we did in 2018, and that's aligned similarly to what we're seeing across the provinces. If we move forward to page 20, we have a Housing Accelerator Fund. We felt that it was important for us to include this in the budget because there are some positions and some items funded in that we are currently doing that is not part of our operating budget because it's done as part of this stream. So overall, the half funding over a 4-year period is $15.4 million. And it's funding many different initiatives across the city that we don't necessarily see in our operating budget. And now I will pass it on to Melanie, who will do the next few pages of the budget binder. And I will take over later on. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. On page 21, the utility operating budget, similar to the general operating budget, we do an annual balancing on an annual basis. We're always looking at rate stability and competitive water rates, and we also, with the utility fund being so capital intensive, major capital project prioritization is key. In dealing with recap and the ongoing research for dealing with blue-green algae. For the utility operating revenues for the 2025 budget, we've increased consumption a little bit since 2024 budget due to the increase in multi-unit commercial properties. So the consumption used in the 2025 budget increased by 3.3%. For the 2025 proposed rates for the residential customers, we're proposing a 1.1% increase compared to 2024, which would increase average residential household about $13 per quarter or $13 per year, or about $3.25 per quarter. On page 22, looking at a little bit of the expenses, we had a little bit of change in work plan and fleet charge allocations, which created and debt maturities, which created a small decrease in overall level 1 year-to-year budget change. And we also, you'll note that as we get into review of that service area, we use capital from operating to deal with some of the capital funding relating to an interest mitigation strategy that was put in place last year of $2.7 million. And we also have a rate stabilization reserve in place to avoid large fluctuations in our rates as we look on the future years. I believe Greg will be going through the capital budget comments. So over to you, Greg.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors.
You're kind of quiet, Greg. Maybe speak up a bit.
Okay. Is that better?
Marginally.
Okay, there. How's that?
Still quiet.
Okay, I'll get as close as I can to the microphone.
Okay.
Okay, you able to hear me a little better?
We can hear you, it's just quiet. We're going to be
Okay,
very
I'll speak.
quiet here so we can hear everything.
There you go. I'll speak clearly, and then we'll work on increasing the volume. So basically, some real high-level comments on capital budget. We basically, and we'll talk more on the 5-year plan. So basically, we follow certain criteria, things where we've got net debt, target where we're looking at $19.5 million on average, and supporting operating capital of $15 million.
Excuse me, Greg.
the other-
Excuse me. Is there any way we can adjust the volume somewhere else?
Maybe since just a summary, I'll do this page.
Okay, can you turn your microphone on so he can hear what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah. So I'll take it over, Greg, and what we'll do is we'll try to work on the sound. It's just a summary page and in preparation for you to go into the capital section. Okay?
Perfect. I'll go through and look at my microphone here. Thanks.
Okay. So in terms of the capital budget commentary, again, the things that, if we go on page 2023, or even because we received the question from Conseiller Bourgeois yesterday around on page 2022 for asset management. So in 2019, our asset management was our infrastructure deficit was 231.5 million. Currently, we could be in between 270 to 231 million. Again, 10% off one way or another on asset management. It's easy because it's all based on replacement value. For example, if we were to sell the old police building, that would reduce our infrastructure deficit because we have a new building or so on. So we're quite comfortable that the asset management for our city is around $231 to $270 million right now as we stand. We were doing really, really good during the pandemic or so on, and then after that, because of inflation, the replacement values, it has increased. But it's not because of necessarily about the spending that we do. In terms of the 2025 general areas of expenditures, we've broken them down based on how we submit our budget to the province. If we look on the right side of the page, the 2025 spend for the general capital fund, the gross spend is 62.6 million. We have recoveries in there of 41.7 million, which Greg will go through in more details later on. Those recoveries can be the capital from operating, the IBA funding, funding from other projects. It could also be unused authority for certain projects. In terms of the utility fund, this year the gross spend is 10.2 million, and our net bonding would be around $6 million. Because we need to prepare a 5-year capital budget, again, the 2026 to 2029 spend, we're talking about gross spend for the two funds around 328 million. Our recoveries would be around 200 million, and our net spend over those 4 years would be $127 million. So now, if we move to the next pages, which Melanie will go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacques. On page 25, we have a summary of what our City of Moncton organizational chart looks like. On page 26 is the staffing summary. You can see we have about 760 permanent staff being in our level 1 budget, with another 38 being proposed to a total of 797. Most of the 38 budgeted request items you'll see come from the Kodiak Transpo as well as the Protective Service. And once we get into those service areas, the general manager will go further in detail on those items. We also summarize our casual hours, 35,000 hours in a year, and our student hours at about 93,000. Moving on to page 27 and 28, we have our different funds we have in the city: general operating, utility operating, and our capital and reserve funds. On page 28, we show in our different funds where some of the service area departments lie in. On page 29, we go through some of our financial policies, principles, and basis of reporting. If you move to page 30, the debt policies, various debt policies we have are explained a bit there. And on page 21, we have our budget categories. So level 1, level 2, and level 3, which we'll speak to throughout the budget presentation. Just quickly, level 1 budget are a regular kind of carry forward budget from previous years. The only adjustments that are normally made to those are contractual or inflationary. A level 2 request is a permanent change to a budget line item, new staff, new contracts. And a level 2 becomes a level 1 in the following year. And then you have our level 3 budget requests, which are one-time events for specific needs or special projects. So these would just be recurring at throughout the one budget year. On page 32 and 33, details out our budget process. And as you can see, our budget process is very lengthy, starting through May to January. If you flip to, now we're into the financial summaries under your 4th tab, back to Jacques to go through these areas.
Thank you. Okay, so if we, so this financial history on page 35 and 36 and 37 provides a lot of the information that we use at a very macro level. Just to go through this, so the first thing that we highlight is the New Brunswick Consumer Price Index. For 2024, 2025, those are estimates. They can certainly change. The 350 again is being very conservative. It doesn't have a lot of weighing on our budget. We budget inflation more as per the cost of categories, and our municipal inflation basket is a little bit different than the one for a regular resident with just who would buy groceries and things like that. So we're keeping it at that 3.5. As mentioned, going with a 5.5% property tax revenue based on our assessment growth of 9.58% means that the property tax rate would be 1.3614 cents right now. Our assessment for tax purposes has gone from 11.3 billion to 12.4 billion for the Moncton area, and the Moncton LSD, it's increasing. For the Moncton LSD, we've seen a 39.5% increase in the non-residential assessment. But because the assessment in our LSD is so low, it doesn't. If you get one or two major commercial properties that go in, it creates a major increase. So that would be more new construction than anything. The multiplier this year, again, last year we were at 1.66. We are suggesting to go at the 1.7 because, again, right now the burden is on your residential properties, and commercial properties will actually see benefits from this budget. In terms, will probably result in lower rates for a lot of commercial properties. So we've decided to increase it until the fiscal reform, where hopefully we have more flexibility. Our property tax revenue, again, here goes from 185.3 million last year to 195.4, which is that 5.5%. As you can see, our equalization grant right after that, it's at 1.2 million. We lose approximately 600,000 per year, so we only have 2 years left. So in 2028, we will no longer have that. If we move to the next page, we have a breakdown of our expenses. So this would be the expenses for the general fund. So we have the different categories there. If we move over to page 37, that would be the data on our utility budget. So as Melanie mentioned previously, we've increased our consumption by around 3.3%, and that's based on more units and more usage. If we move to the next page, page 38 for the capital budget, this is an interesting page that I want to highlight. So in 2025, our gross capital spend is 62.6 million. We're recovering from third parties 18.6 million. Our capital from operating represents almost 14.6 million. Our gas tax, which is our Canada Community Building Fund, is 7.4 million. So that 7.4 million, we only receive around 5.8, 5.9 million. We had some leftover funds from last year that we did not use. So we're bringing it forward to this year, and sometimes we receive a little bit of extra funding as well. And we have previous authorities of 1 million. At the bottom of the page, this is important. It's an important highlight. So our target as a city is to invest 75% of our capital budget on existing assets. For the past 2022, 2023, 2024, even 2025, we're a little bit lower than that. What that means, and let's just use 2025 as an example. So we are at 70%. We would try to hit 75%. What that means, again, and it's all about that fiscal balanced approach. Sometimes you have to invest in new assets as well, right? So this is not necessarily negative, but it does have an impact on your infrastructure deficit. So for 2025, if we take 5% of our gross capital budget at 62 million, we're still talking $3 million that, you know what I mean? Really, we should be investing in our existing assets. But those things do happen. So overall, I think we have to continue growing our economy as well. We have to make sure that we're servicing our growth pressures as well. But it's just a key indicator that we like to look at. I believe Councillor Leger may have a question.
Yeah, thank you. Just maybe could you elaborate a little more on the Canada Community Building Fund and the leftover, just to put it in context?
Yes, so take your worship to the Conseil Leger. So what would happen there, just so you know, is when we submit the gas tax, and the Canada Community Building Fund is the gas tax funding. So we receive a fixed amount per year, and it's calculated based on population and things like that. So what happens there is we allocate in our gas tax plan or in our Canada Community Building Fund plans some money towards specific projects. Again, this is done during the budget exercise, right? What can happen is when we actually go out for tender on those specific projects, those projects are not necessarily going to come in at that specific budgeted amount. So if the project, for example, is a $5 million project and we have gas tax allocated to that project, but the actual project comes in at $4 million, is going to create leftover gas tax money that we can then apply to new projects, which reduces the burden. It's just the difference between what we budget and actual prices can create a difference. And then if there is savings, what we do is we bring it forward to the next budget to reduce the burden. All right, if we move forward to next page, on page 39, this is a page that we like. It's a page in preparation of that really highlights more of the business units that can operate somewhat like a business, right? The reason we like to do this is a lot of these areas, they're not necessarily dependent 100% on our taxpayers, because there's people from other regions that come and would use those assets or so on. As you can see, our operating subsidies are growing. So when we're talking about when we're raising fees and charges or so on, what we're really trying to do is we're always comparing, okay, who should pay for this service? Should it be the user or should it be the taxpayers? And it's always it's a consideration. There's no perfect formula. And when we're looking at this page as well, though, it's not necessarily a negative story that we've gone from in 2023, for example, at 12.7 million, and in 2027 we're looking at potentially being at 15.4. It's not necessarily that the burden is going all on the taxpayer to make up that difference, because if we remember, these business units also bring a lot to our economy. They bring in a lot to our assessment, because there's more restaurants, more hotels, and things like that. So it's kind of a balanced approach, but it's a page that we like to highlight. If we move over to page 40, this is just a general operating fund, broken down by service area. If you see that the 2024 projection is at 1.6 million, let's call it a surplus, this is in line with what we've brought to council. We've projected this before the 2025 budget request that we're purchasing with the 2024 surplus. So, and we'll get into more details of what that is. For the utility fund as well, for the 2024 year, we're projecting a surplus of 800,000. If we move to the next two pages, so pages 42 and 43, these are the level 2s and level 3 budget requests that are currently included in the budget documentation that we're bringing forward. They're broken down by, again, 2022. They're broken down by the general fund, and at the bottom we'll see the utility fund. On the next page, and this is a little different this year, and it'll explain some variances between the budget, between 2024 to 2025. We were fortunate this year to have a projected surplus, which for the general fund on page 40 at $1.6 million. And that was based on September financial statements. We brought forward to council $1.4 million of purchases that normally we would do with our, and these are level 3s, that normally we would do with our existing funds. So we were bringing in $1.4 million of budget requests that we're paying with our 2024 surplus rather than including in the 2025 budget. So this 1.4 million, if we were able to do everything in 2024, our surplus that is on page 40 would be reduced to almost zero. But the positive of this is we're able to invest in a lot of things that otherwise we would need to treat with our 2024, which would have put pressure. In these purchases, again, I'm going to talk about the big ticketed items, but we're investing in our fields. We're investing in a bike lane sweeper for public works based on the active transportation objectives. We're doing a lot of safety upgrades that were mandated that we didn't have a choice to do. So, for example, we're upgrading our electrical boom truck with more lifting capacity because the current capacity was 300 pounds. In fleet, again, request for purchase of fall arrest systems. So when our mechanics climb onto some vehicles, they will have safety equipment to make sure that they are operating. We're making investment in pool safety requirements or so on. And we're doing the same thing for the utility fund. So I believe Councillor Legier has a question on this section.
Thank you, Jacques. Actually, no, it was on page 38. It was just when we're looking at the historic operating subsidy budget. I'm just wondering, I mean, I look at the trends, it's a little different with the farmer's market and building inspection. Can you just maybe elaborate on sort of, for example, farmer's market seems to decrease, and then obviously the building inspection has changed, so.
Yes, no, that's good. Those are actually positive stories because that means that those businesses are staying quite in line with, they're staying quite in line year over year.
So they require less of a subsidy?
From the taxpayer, that's right.
And is there, okay, so, and whereas the others are a little more challenged, Resergo, Magnetic Hill, and that's why the adjustments in terms of fees and so on. The Coliseum, though, would it not be generating more revenue now? And wouldn't we expect to see some type of of reduction in terms of?
So if we look at,
Subsidy.
when we had the basketball and the Wildcats, we were at 1.4, $1.5 million. It went down, for some years. And now, I mean, with the Coliseum, it has reduced since then, because in 2019, it used to be close to 1.5 million. Now we are at for the budget at 1.12 million, so it has reduced. But to put on those events, there is cost to it as well, because, I mean, they're long events. They normally occur during the weekend, which is a little bit more challenging. And again, that's always the balance that we always look at, because we know that especially the trade shows that we bring at the Coliseum brings a lot to our economy, right? So again, sometimes are we willing to not necessarily increase the prices of those trade shows that would put some in jeopardy because there's so many benefits to what comes in? And then the cost, especially since COVID, the inflation, the Coliseum is a perfect example of an area that would have been hit hard by inflation as well. But overall, it's pretty stable. It stayed between the 1.2 to 1.2, so we're comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Richard.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci, Jacques. It's not huge amounts here. I'm just questioning the car share program and the vehicle rentals.
Yes.
So last year, it was 50,000 in a level 3. And this year, it's another level 3 at 30. And plus, there's an incubator startup, something.
Yes. Oh. Okay. All right. So for that one, I think, so the funding put aside, that is going to cover year one. When Hélène is going to go through her service area, she will focus on that initiative, so she'll be able to answer more into details, okay?
Right on.
Perfect.
And vehicle rentals.
Oh, the vehicle rentals at, on what page is that one, just for my confirmation?
43 at the top.
Okay.
But I'm just wondering if the vehicle sharing can help the vehicle rental.
There are two different programs. So the vehicle sharing, what that is, that would actually be for our community. So those would be for individuals living in our city who do not own a vehicle. The vehicle rental for the health and safety personnel, that's actually a city employee. And for them to be able to do their job, they need a vehicle to go to the different sites.
Okay.
The one thing that we're doing as part of the fleet department, we're trying to find that perfect balance between the vehicles we rent and the vehicles we own, right? Lukeman and his team are going to be doing an analysis. They are doing one now, but really on usage, how can we leverage our existing fleets plus have a perfect balance of rentals to kind of make it work. So sometimes you will see that we will purchase a vehicle and then we will use it for so many years. For others like this one, we've decided because it's more economical right now, it's simply to rent at that $12,000 per year.
Okay, and not to take up too much time on this, but I know of a company that has a vehicle sharing in the company itself. So instead of taking rentals, they purchase a number of vehicles where they can share it. It's
Yeah, and that's
inside of the company, so it's
and that's
cost.
actually something that Lukeman and his team are looking at as well. Is kind of a car sharing process here as well, because we think we have opportunities there, and it's not necessarily as well with that to be able to. It could reduce costs, of course, but the other thing as well is if we can free up some funds, we can actually invest it back in the fleet. Get to meet the needs of the different service areas.
Yeah, perfect. That's all I wanted to bring up. That's it.
Perfect. All right.
Sorry, we have Councillor Crossman.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jacques, my apologies. I thought we were going to go all the way through number 5 before we ask questions. So if you don't mind,
Nope.
I can go back. I'd like to go back to page 23
Okay.
in the book. You say that there's a huge increase in spending from 2026 to 2029, as we see at the bottom right corner. What are you contributing that for? I know there's residents at home that don't have the budget binder, but, I mean, we're talking quite a bit increase, so.
Yeah, so one thing I wanted to clarify, and maybe it was when I explained it not as well, is the spends for 26 to 29, and we're going to go into those details later on with the capital budget, so that would be the area where, but that is spends for 4 years, right?
Right.
So if you break that down in 4 years and you look at our 2025 spend, it is fairly similar, right? It's just really the benefits of this highlights is that we are investing a lot in our city. We are, and we're doing it in a balanced approach. So I would say the best for the public is let's wait till the capital budget where we're going to go into the 5 years, but I
Okay.
appreciate that question.
Yeah, because when you had mentioned it, I just wanted to clarify that, and that was in my head. So, thank you for that. You talk on page 38 about the recap should be at 75% for recapping growth. And we're short on that right now. So, and I understand what you're saying on, new buildings, we got to do new buildings. We really got to reinvest in our assets. And there's no question in my mind, like when I look at the zoo, or I look at the Coliseum, or I look at the Crosman Center, or I look at other buildings, we need to reinvest. There's no question. We need to make sure that those services are being offered in the buildings, but the right equipment is there at the same time to offer those services. So I look forward to trying to your point, I loved what you said on the 5%, cost an extra $3 million or something you were ballparking. That's a great example. So from a business type of stance, I really like what you said there. So
Yep.
I appreciate your comment on that. Page 39, when you're talking at the top, summary by operating subsidy, is there a reason why the Capitol Theater is not in that list?
So the Capitol Theater, it's not, we do not own the Capitol Theater.
Okay.
So we just provide them a grant, so that's why they would not be in
Okay.
this listing.
Just so that they're not listed there, because I know they're further off, or they're further in the budget
In
as
the
well.
grant section, yes.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So the grant section, which we don't really have a lot of information.
Today, no, but we will on December 16th.
Right, yeah, and that was my question yesterday. I really want to know more about the grant section. I want to know who's getting what and things along this line. So not being in today's budget makes it kind of difficult to fully understand that grant process, so. But thank you for
And we'll
that.
explain it more when we get to that section.
Okay, good, thank you for that. And on page number 42, you've got level 2 and 3 budget request.
Yes.
I think there should, and I know it's going to come up later on, but a lot of time needs to be spent on the 4 full-time firefighters, because there's a lot of talk on social media with regards to our fire department and the services that are being offered. So I think that's a bonus from that page that needs to be highlighted as we get further into that, maybe with public safety, when they come forward. Programming for seniors is on this page as well at 20,000, but I see later in the budget, it's actually 50,000.
Yes, so there's kind of, and once we get to that section, we'll go through it. So basically, what we've done with the seniors as of now, and again, this can always change, is we used to provide to the Lions Center before approximately $80,000 in grants. That's what we would provide to them. Last year, or the year before, it went up to 130 because I believe they were they had financial hardship or so on, so we increased it to 130. What we've done this year is, with that 130,000, council had requested that we hire a seniors and youth coordinator, which fully burdened, let's estimate at 100,000, right? So that would be 100,000. So what we've done is we've left 130, so the 30,000 there. We used 100,000 to fund that seniors coordinator.
Right.
We've increased the program funding by 20,000 to bring it up to 50,000. Now, if council once we get to that section, if council feels that is too much or not enough, we can certainly entertain motions, and we can go through it after. And I also liked your comment around the 4 FTE firefighters. So just to clarify to council as well, if you don't remember, last year we added 4 firefighters, and this year we're adding another 4, so that would be
Right.
8.
And by the looks of your forecast, there's more coming eventually down the road. So that's very good. On page number 44, on the general fund, so level 3 request. I'd like to know how a counselor gets a request in for level 1, 2, or 3. And the reason why I say this is, and I may be biased here on the Crosman K Arena, but we've had mold issues in the building because ice had to be put in because 4 Ice closed their ice surfaces for repairs. The mold's been taken care of. For years, there's been talk of a generator sitting on the committee, still not in the budget. And a couple of weeks ago, we almost lost the entire ice surface because we don't have a backup alarm system for the ice. Power went out, therefore the cement pad heats up, the ice melts, and then we've got minor groups that can't even go in and play, there's delays, and so on and so forth. So I would like to know, how do we get, in the backup generator, I've talked to Mr. CAO on this, there's a report out from Red Cross stating that the building is technically to be used in case of an emergency, but it's lacking a backup generator. It's got everything but the backup generator, it's got everything but a proper HVAC system in the building. So how do we get over that so that we can offer the services to the community that are paying for them?
I'll take your worship to Councillor Crossman. I think based on the explanations you provided me there, that would be more of a capital. That's how we would include that in there. So it would be basically a motion at capital. The one thing with that, though, for the K Crossman, just so you know, a lot of the capital work that we do in the building, we also have a life cycle reserve that we use to do the work. So I think for that, it's to note it when we get through our capital budget.
Okay.
There may be funds in there as well that Greg, when Greg goes through it, he can talk to it about what the plans are for the life cycle maintenance. And if not, what we would do is it would take a motion from council, and then after that, we would vote on it and we would include it in the capital budget. If that is for that to be done in 2025. For 2026, if it's noted to us, we always move around projects and things like that. So again, that's how we formulate our budget, is we listen to council, we try and incorporate the most pressing items into our budget and go from there. So I think I would mention it when we get to our capital section.
Okay, because I remember Sherry Sparks talking, or no longer, Sherry Trenum talking about having a building reserve for things along that line, right? For maintenance on the buildings, so.
And we do.
Yeah, and I don't want to push the file immediately. I want the proper.
Yes.
How can I say it? I don't want to call them studies, right? Because we know it's lacking in the building. So I just want to make sure the proper documents are filed, the proper specialists come in and verify everything and confirm everything, and then that is supported through a report back to council and things along this line. So that's what I will bring it up at capital if you wish.
And we will certainly bring it, we will certainly note that, and we'll make sure to follow up with council though on that item for sure.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And my last question, before we go any farther, would be page 45. I just want you to publicly to say that the RCMP cost is up to $41,843,000 from $32,000, which is going to be in our budget, and we're going to discuss this later on. Jacques, where do you see this going? Because down the road, 2025 is almost 42 million, 2026 is 46, and then we get to 2027, and we're looking at forecasted at 53 million.
So I think, so our plan of action in dealing, so your number is accurate, and where I would focus the conversation today is more around the 2024 budget and the 2025, right? Because that's really what council will be voting on today. CRP, so the plan of action, and we kind of discussed it administratively, and we've discussed it also with Dieppe and Riverview. The plan of action, and we're all on the same page, is, okay, for this year, let's just consider that 2025 increase or so on. Then after that, because it is a big item, it's an item that will impact our future budget as well, depending on because it's a significant cost, right? So the plan of action for this budget session is really to talk about, let's concentrate on 2025. Then after that, we'll get the CRPA, Dave, to come here and present us a 3-year budget of forecast with the proper KPIs, what this will do for our community. And we can have that discussion probably early in the new year rather than right at the end. And then after that, we'll be able to ask questions. We'll have lots of time to be able, for council to be comfortable with the budget before moving forward.
Okay, and the line underneath that, deposit to reserves, that is your prediction on a deposit to the reserve. That's correct? That's on your drafted budget of $12 million putting
Yes,
into
so
our
the-
reserves?
So the deposit to reserves for 2024 were $16 million. This year, they're going, they're reducing by $4 million, by $12 million. The majority of that is, we were building up room in our budget to pay for the new police station. That amount that we used to put in our deposit to reserves, we're now, once we bond the police station, we're actually going to take that money and apply it to our debt. So by doing that, we're avoiding a major impact to our budget, right, of 3.5 million. So it's a strategy we've built over the years, and it's actually worked.
And my memory may be foggy here, but did we not do the same thing for their wage increase as well when they went unionized and decided across country that they were going to
Yes. So
slap
what-
all the municipalities with a huge rate increase for members? Did we not put money aside into a reserve for that at that point?
Yeah, so what we do here for the city, for us, and it's actually paid off this year, because the CRPA went into a deficit 2 years ago.
Yep.
Because of that. So what we do here as a city is we budget the actual cost of the RCMP, right, for the city of Moncton. If they generated a surplus or a deficit in prior years, because there were surpluses also that were generated because when they can't hire enough police or it takes time to come in, it generates a surplus. What we do is we take that surplus, we'll deposit into a reserve, but a year like this year where there was a deficit that needs to be brought in, we use what we put away before and we use that fund to cover it. So we're trying to stabilize the impacts to our budgets by putting our surplus away, so we don't take that advantage when we get it, but it protects us in years like today.
Right.
And I believe that once we get into a reserve, what we're using this year is significant enough in that reserve, maybe a little bit over $1 million. So, but I think for 2024, I believe we're going to generate a surplus. So.
Okay, and I hope you can understand my position on the grants. You know, I mean, $11.8 million, and we're going to be discussing this today, and we're giving it 15 minutes of, time. That's a lot of money for
Yep.
the Moncton taxpayers.
So when we get into the grants, there's 2 items that are really generating that significant increase. One is MID. And the MID, it's based on how we fund MID.
Right.
So it's really not necessarily a grant. It's based on the property tax revenues they generate. The other big one in there, and this is one that, I mean, it's good that we are investing in this service, but it's also, I think we need to have conversations potentially with the province or so on. We're investing $750,000 more in Ability Transit based on their needs, right?
And I
So-
noticed that in the presentation, but you didn't talk about it when you covered it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a huge increase that is definitely needed.
That's right. It's definitely needed. So those are 2 things that, again, once we get to the grant sections, we'll kind of go through that in more detail.
Okay.
And hopefully be able to answer your questions.
But within that, within that 11.8 million, we're also talking nonprofits, right? We're also
Oh,
talking
absolutely. There's
community grants.
not-for-profits.
That is the information that I don't have today.
Yeah.
Knowing what they're getting.
That's right. But when we go into the grant section, we'll provide more clarity. And then after that, at the December 16th council meeting, that's where we're going to go to the major multi-year grant allocations, which is a big chunk of what we contribute to the community organization. But I think we'll once we get into that grant section, there'll be more clarity.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jacques. I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Terrio. Oh, sorry. Try that.
Merci, Madame la maire. Merci beaucoup, Jacques. Je suis pas certaine que c'est ici que je devrais poser ma question. But I'm really concerned about the K. Crossman Center and the fact that when we talk about the life cycle of our buildings, I imagine we do have the funding to take care of this and to do prevention work. So how do we allow our buildings, like the K. Crossman, to have mold in it? And that's quite dangerous, actually, for the users and costly for us to repair. So, and we went through this with the old police station, if I remember correctly. So how does this all work in the future, and how much funding do we have for all of this?
Yep, so what we do is for any facility that was built after 2006, we put away every year, we put a life cycle reserve, so we put funds away that will, and we kind of put it into our reserve, and then after that, we look after that building maintenance or so on of all of our buildings in our city. What can happen sometimes, I mean, for the K. Crossman, I don't have enough of the details there. Maybe Alexandre does, because he's coming to the mic, so he may be able to answer. But what we do is we have preventative maintenance programs for all of our buildings. In some instances, there are always going to be things that happen that we cannot control, but in most aspects, the facilities groups or so on are on top of those issues. They identify them. Sometimes there's some things that Councillor Crossman mentioned that are also new assets. You know what I mean? If we're going to go and put a new generator or things like that, that's not necessarily life cycle. That's more of a request of increase in service, which is totally fine as well. So, but Alexandre may be able to provide more information.
Thank you for the question. So what happened at the K. Crossman Arena over the past 2 years is that in order to accommodate more ice surfaces during the projects that were happening in the sportsplex, they tried to keep the ice in the summer, which is unusual for this facility. It had not been done in the past. Now, it doesn't have the same kind of equipment as a sportsplex to manage the additional moisture during the summer that it may create. So they tried their best to bring temporary equipment to avoid this, but over the 2 summers that it happened, it developed some one-time mold in specific areas that did not have the same level of insulation as maybe it would have had if it was designed this way. Now, to reassure you, like, everything has been remediated. It was not about neglect of the facility, nothing like this. And going forward, we don't expect that there will be such a need in the summer, but if there was, I think that the way that the remediation was completed should also help to avoid that. But there's not a plan right now to run the ice in the summer since the sportsplex has been completed. And just to add to what Jacques is saying about Councillor Crossman's mention of a generator, it would be an additional scope, so it's possible to do that. And we may entertain this down the road, like during capital discussion, but it's not part of the regular building maintenance. Does that help a little bit?
Merci.
Okay.
Excellent. Looks like we can move on.
Perfect. If we move now to page 46, this is just the revenue by source, so we're going to go through that during the budget, but and those would be for our 2 funds as well. So overall, our 2024 budget was at $256 million for both funds, and we're moving to $270 million this year. On the next page, page 47, we have some information around the municipal tax rate and also the provincial tax rates. So I'd like to pay attention to the top column. This is really the city property tax rate for our draft budget at 1.3614. We're using a non-residential ratio of 1.7. Below that, these are things that if you have a non-owner occupied property or if you are a commercial entity, you are also subject to provincial property taxes in our city. And then after that, at the bottom of this chart, we have the Moncton LSD Service District. So their municipal tax is 60 cents. They also need to pay provincial taxes of 41 cents, and that is due because the province still maintains their roads and roads infrastructure. If we move to the next page, the impact on the taxpayers, again, we're just going to provide some highlights here. So the median after-tax income in Moncton is approximately $79,000, and the median house value in Moncton is around $321,000. So that means that a median after-tax income family who has a median property of $321,000, they contribute 5.37% of their after-tax dollars to property taxes. We also highlight that in Moncton, we have around 85% of our properties that are under the spike protection mechanism. The unintended consequences of the spike protection mechanism is that if local governments do not adjust their property tax rates, that means that their property tax rates will double every 7 years. Another thing as well, we've pulled this from the MNNP, and it was also prepared for City Council. We currently have, and this is where we're seeing some relief from the provincial governments, from the federal governments, or so on, and because I believe that people are hurting. So as per the MNNP latest things, the latest forecasts, we have 40% of Atlantic Canadians, they say that they're $200 or less away each month from financial insolvency. And if we look at, just interest rates, if they have to renew their mortgages, NB Power, who's, providing, who has gotten accepted at a major increase, property tax rates, groceries, and other things. That's why when we prepare these draft budgets, it's a consideration. It's something that we consider seriously. But again, this is a policy decision at the end for council to determine. On the right-hand side of this page, we've provided, what 250,000, 350,000, 450,000, what they used to pay, what they did pay in 2024, what they will pay in 2025 based on the current budget. On the side, at the right-hand side of that, what 1 cent increase would mean to those different types of properties. So right now, the property tax increase for around 85% of our properties is going to be 5.23 cents. If we were to increase the tax rate by 1 cent over what is proposed in this budget, that would mean the property tax increase for 85% would be 6%. We've also kind of done the same thing for the LSD. The LSD, again, we've provided, for those similar type of properties, what are they going to pay in 2025? So, for example, if we look at that 350,000 property, if it's in the Moncton area, they will pay $5,241. If they're in the LSD, they're paying $2,327. So a lot less than if they're in the Moncton area. And this is why we've chosen to increase the rate by 5 cents. If council would determine not to increase the rate by 5 cents, we would need to find around $90,000 in our budget. That's what it represents. So it's not a big value. It's not necessarily a big value. If we move to page 49.
I think Councillor Legier had a question. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. So just to be clear, when you indicate an increase of 1 cent over a proposed rate equals $1.427 million, is that a new figure? That means for every 1 cent increase, that's what is generated, $1.4 million?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's a far cry from what we've heard before. I knew it was going up, but I didn't realize it was that much. And am I correct? So you have down here $250,000 home, $350,000 home, and $450,000 home. And if I understand correctly, we're looking at, anywhere from $3,700 in taxes for somebody who owns a $250,000 home to $6,700. But for that one tax increase, let's say that 1 cent, on an average $250,000 home, it would represent a $27 increase. And in $350,000, it would represent a $39 increase, and for $450,000, they would be going from $6,739 to $6,788. So in other words, $49. Is that correct?
So I think your comment, it is accurate based on what we have in the draft budget. What individuals know, though, what the residents know, though, is for them, for a $250,000 home, which is not a lot now, they paid $3,558 last year. Our current budget would have them pay $3,744, which is it's like $240 increase. If we move at that 1 cent more, they would pay $3,771 versus the $3,558. And again, for $250,000 now, we're not necessarily talking. So I think now when we talk about these, we're better off concentrating on that $350. But the residents themselves, they don't necessarily, like the draft budget for today, that doesn't mean anything, right? That's not the final outcome is what they will compare, but they're going to compare to what they paid in 2024.
No, and I understand that, but I guess what I'm sort of gleaning at is if so they're going to pay, so right now the projection is on a $350,000 home, their tax rate has gone, or the amount they're paying went up from $49.81 to $52.41. Okay? And so that's there. That's where we stay. But for every cent that goes either way, represents $39, okay, to the taxpayer. And what I'm saying, the $39 is something we have to consider. That's $1.4 million of revenue that could be generated in investing in infrastructure and in programs for our community. Yes, it's significant. It's $39. It means a lot. That's fine, but it also means a lot more to the municipality. And when we look at the, increase in whether it's policing costs or road infrastructure and so on, I think we have to think about that. I'm not against reducing the tax rate, but I think we need to talk about what that cent really means. And we're all at different levels in our economic situations, right? And I get that. But I just want to emphasize that, $39, so therefore, if you look at it over 12 weeks, a little more than $4 a week, sorry, not 12 weeks, 52 weeks. I mean, you start to do the math, it's like, wow, we said that when we were trying to come up with rising tide. And that was one of the arguments is, people pay maybe $3.50 or $5 a day for coffee, So anyway, I just think that's important because we have to think, it was a big conversation we had even to just create a contingency reserve that has been really representative of our ability to be able to be responding to the needs of citizens. And I think we need to look at this again. And if we look at that $1.4 million, we need to look at, have we gone far enough to make sure, you've done a great job on the budget, don't get me wrong, but we also have to look at, could we be investing a little more in a few other places on that one extra cent that would still give 4.5% relief or whatever, 6%, well, about 5% relief to citizens. That's all. So it's a conversation for future.
No, and I think, and that, no, those are fair. I think what is important though, and it's something that even with my counterparts across the province or so on, is We used to live in like in New Brunswick when I started with the city, my first 5 or 6 years, your assessment value of your property didn't go up unless you had construction, right? So there, the tax rate, it meant something. An increase in tax rate meant you paid more, a reduction meant you paid less. I think what we have to look at, or what council has to consider, and your comments are fair, I wouldn't necessarily look at too much what is in this 2025 right now as a proposed, because it really doesn't mean anything, right? It's really about what did consumers or what did residents, taxpayers pay in 2024, what in 25. The way I think the best way to look at it, and this is the same conversation even when I listen to, it's currently as prepared, your taxpayers the property taxes for 85% of properties are increasing by 5.23. By going a cent more, that means they increase by 6%, right? So that's kind of how to look at it from the overall, because that's really, the 1 cent, I think we understand it in this room, but the resident at home doesn't necessarily understand.
No, but I think you have to put it in perspective in terms of what the dollar value is over the whole year and what that represents for the municipality. That's my point in that, right?
Yep.
And I understand. And right now, I mean, 85% of citizens in Moncton, including probably all of us around the table, I had 18% last year. So I know immediately my assessment was going up. I was going to pay 8%. So now I'm going to pay again, right? So I understand
Agree.
that.
Yep.
I hope that in municipal reform, though, and you touched on it, that we can have a better balance. I mean, it seems rather ironic that commercials properties tend to be devalued, like being reduced in assessment. There needs to be some happy medium here where the full burden of the property taxes isn't all on residential.
I agree.
So we can have the conversation, but it's just for clarity, because it really never is that clear for the citizen paying. They see that bill, I get it. I mean, they see $4,900 last year, and it's $5,200 this year. But at the end of the day, we're going to try to give some relief. It's still not going to be enough for people to say, whoa, you really didn't do anything. And our taxes have gone up and they've continued to go up, even though up to now, we've given 22.5 cent reduction in that over the last 3 years. So anyway, conversation, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Jacques, and your team for an excellent budget summary again for us to understand. I remember back when we brought in some of the LSD, municipal reform stated that we could only go as high as 5 cents. It seems like every year, though, we're doing the max, and they're not getting much. I wonder why we stay with the 5 cents instead of like maybe going with the 2.5 to give them a break too out there, because I deal with them, and a lot of that LSD has come in toward 3, and it's sometimes they're caught in between with the provincial government and us. So it's like you said, if we didn't do any, it would be $90,000. Now, I agree we want to try to bring them up, but I don't agree that we have to give them the max every year of 5 cents. So I will probably be bringing a motion forward that I'd like to see that at 2.5 this year. So that's $45,000, but that's all it is, right? So anyway, just to let you know, I think that these people have to, they understand that they have to come up to par, but I think it's at the same time that we have to understand what we're giving to them for even that 5 cents. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I think we can move on.
Perfect. All right, the next page is just a graph that shows, again, using 2 different types of households, so 350,000, which is quite close to the average value of a home in our community. And it just goes to show that, for example, and this is something that most communities are preparing right now, because it's something we're not used to in New Brunswick, but the rest of Canada we're used to because assessment increased year over year, is we need to start looking more at what is the overall property tax increase, and not necessarily get into the 2 mechanisms of assessment and taxes. It's really what are they paying more. And this is just to show that if we did not adjust on a $450 $50,000 home in 2035, that property could pay close to $20,000 in property taxes per year. So it's just an example. The next graph on page 50, I believe, is one that is very powerful. It's one that we've started to use across the province as well. This is what the median income, what they pay in terms of property taxes. In 2024, it was around 5.3%. And again, with what is in the budget now, it's 5.4%. If we left the tax rate exactly at where it was last year, it would have been 5.6. Again, when we're looking at this, what council needs to take into consideration is that we assume here that the family making $79,570 would have a 3% salary increase year over year. If we're thinking about seniors on fixed income and things like that, they actually contribute more. This line will increase year over year even more. So again, when we are looking at the balance of, okay, what are we investing in our city versus what are we providing to the taxpayers, this is a powerful graph, right? Because we do not, the more that they contribute, because this year right now is prepared, it's 5.23%. If the salary of those families do not increase by the same amount, that means that every year they're contributing more to property taxes versus other items. On page 51, we're just trending our warrant and assessment, so we've gone through that. From page 52, and we're going to save a lot of time there. So page 52, page 53, these are the fees and charges as per the bylaw that would be included in the bylaw. We've gone through these at the Committee of the Whole meeting in September, so I will not spend a lot of time due to our scheduling. That will bring us to page. Hold on a second. That will bring us to page up to page 77. Our fees and charges that we've already discussed. If we go on to page 78, this is the significant changes for the general operating fund at a very macro level. If we want to explain to our community what has really changed in terms of level one, this is where we would highlight. Again, we're going to go into each of these areas later on into more details. On page 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. This is not 84, sorry, 83, 84 as well. This is what explained the significant changes broken down by service areas. So, and the reason that we're not going to focus too much on this right now is once later on in the presentation, when the GMs are going to go through their areas, they will actually be touching on these points and will be able to answer more specific questions as we move forward. So that concludes the end of what we call kind of the budget overall summary. Now we're going to start going into the meatier sections of the budget and go area by area.
Thank you. Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jacques, just for clarity for myself, on page number 79, we've got an increase to Regional Service Commission contribution. And you talked about how senior management is going to come in to address these. Sorry, page 79 in my book. I don't know if that's...
Okay, 79, and it would be Regional Service Commission contribution, the grant of 102,000?
Right.
Yep.
Is there somewhere in the budget binder that tells us exactly how much we're paying Regional Service Commission?
Yes, so we'll get into that section
So we
after.
will,
Yes,
as we get
absolutely.
there. Okay,
Yep.
good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Great.
All right, so are we ready to go into the capital section?
I think so.
All right, we're going to pass it over to Greg, and hopefully we get better sound.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's not super loud.
Is it? How's that?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
louder.
that's a lot
Yeah.
better.
Okay, perfect, good. Are you getting an echo?
Not now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so basically what I'd like to do is to go through first on page 86 is a real high level of the capital budget and the growth spends that we have. So in those capital budgets, basically, as Jock mentioned earlier, it's $62 billion in 2025 for general and $10 million for utility. And the next page,
Greg, we're really going to need you to speak up.
okay,
Yes, page
I'll
88,
get as
yeah.
close as I can, okay?
Okay.
On page 87, 87, 88, 89, and 90 is a summary of the 2025 capital projects that we're doing. This would have been helpful to council when they looked at the templates. So on the left-hand side was the page number for the template. This is also a form that we basically provided to council several years ago, because on the right-hand side, it talks about the total project value. So when we look at the 5-year plan in a minute, you'll see there's sections that talk about sanitary, water, sewer, and road. We've added those together to get total project value. So you might have a reconstruction project that is split up in 4 ways, but the total value could be $5.9 million. So that allows council to see the size of the projects in totality. It's a useful tool as we're going through the budget, so they can see, even though they're segmented by sections, they then get by the total by single line item. So it's a good document. Then the next page that I'd like to jump to is the start of the 5-year plan. Page 91. Okay. So on that page, what I'll do is I'm going to go through section by section. And so I'll do sort of the utility section. I'll walk through some of the main projects there. And then we'll maybe I'll stop at the end of that if there's any questions. And then I'll start in a different section in the general side. So in the sanitary side, most of the projects relate to reconstruction and other remediation work. First comment, there is a lot of stress in the capital plan, what Doc mentioned earlier with region. We're seeing a doubling of costs since 2019 to 2025. So what might have cost $1 million in 2020 or 2019 is now costing us $2 million in 2025. So it's even more important to manage the processes, manage the project, look for extra funding. We will, if we don't do those sorts of things, lose ground on our recapitalization, lose ground on the infrastructure deficit. So it's important that we basically continue on in that manner to look at those opportunities, and even it may come down in the future, look at levels of service and risk assessment as we adjust the project. So the other thing I'd like to mention that council always is concerned about is you'll see the first line shows 1.739 million in the previous column. That's what we call program funding, where last year we would have proposed to council that this was what was going to be spent in 2025. So now, but with engineering having the details, they've now split out at 1.7. For the most part, it's up and down in different areas. It's a specific project. So as I go through, you keep in mind, you'll see some of these things where there's lump sum, and then all of a sudden they get split out into different projects. I just always want to bring that up, is that sort of we pre-plan to spend certain amounts in future years, and then detail it out for council when we get to that actual year for the budget discussions. So on the first page, like I said, you got street reconstruction number 1, street reconstruction number 2. There's a project for sewer separation in George Street East. That's going to be Main Street and around that area. There's significant work needs to be done on Main Street with resurfacing, so that's why that project was chosen and moved ahead of another project in the West End because of that, and we're also getting funding from UPI that we'll see later.
Greg,
continue
sorry
down.
Greg, sorry to interrupt, but I think Jacques wanted to say something. And Jacques, when you turned your microphone on, Greg got a lot more echoey, I noticed. Whoa.
Go ahead, Jacques.
Could you try again just with your headphones, just to see, because the volume seems to be better. If not, it's kind of blurry here, so if we can't get the sound, like Mel and I will take it over. Just try it with your headphones again.
Yep. Okay, give me a minute,
It's
guys.
like every time you turn your head just slightly, we lose whatever you're saying. So the microphone might help.
Is that any better?
I think so, yeah. It sounds clearer, so we'll try that.
Are we good?
Yeah, sounds much better.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Jacques. So basically then on the, as you go down that page, you've got work that'll be, a little bit of work done in Westmoreland this year to complete that project. And then that's basically, in the key areas there, that's the end of the sanitary section. The next page, page 92, talks about water. And it's basically looking at pumping station work. There's going to be upgrades, elevated storage tanks. Basically some work at the water treatment plant. You've got one important note is the water master plan. So this water master plan will be in conjunction with the engineering and utility, looking at future requirements for the water system, distribution, the water treatment plant, storage, a variety of areas. That is going to help in order for planning future initiatives. I want to note in 2027 and onwards, there's a Tower Road connectivity. This has been talked in the past related to connecting the basically new pond to the water treatment plant to give duplication. This has been moved out just because of the water master plan. That way we'll know exactly what's required and spec it out, and also chase for some funding once the blue-green algae program is finished in 2026. So if you go to the next page. So in there, we start getting into the water component of the reconstruction. So you've got reconstruction number 1, number 2, and a combination of other projects, including Westmoreland. So those first 3 pages speak about the utility capital project. Are there any questions? Then I'll go on to the general section.
Not at this time, Greg. Oh, sorry, Councillor Butler, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah. Greg, I see back a page or 2 here. I'll see if I can find it. It has regards to Transaqua, and it says smart sewers, Transaqua combined sewer overflow management plan, $100,000. When we just got an email this morning in regards to their budget, and they have a significant amount already in their budget. Like, I just wonder why we have to put $100,000 into that to where they have it looks like a surplus in theirs.
What that relates to, Councillor, is the us contributing to the Wheeler Trunk Master Plan. Half of that it's on our system, that Wheeler Trunk Master Plan, expanding our system coming from the north end. So that's why we're putting a little bit in there. They'll cover the rest of that.
So what part of the north end is that, you say? I'm sorry?
That's good. Is Renee there? He can explain a little bit more.
Yeah, Rennie's here, yeah.
Yeah, you got it, Renee. There you go.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for the question. So yeah, this is the Wheeler Boulevard trunk. So it's a trunk sewer that parallels Wheeler Boulevard. And the study itself is cost share with Transaqua, 50/50. If you recall, a few months ago, we had a presentation on smart sewers and what they can provide as far as benefits. It was a presentation from a consultant called CBCL. This is the first phase of this study, looking at how we can better manage our sewers and manage these overflows.
Okay, so I guess when I look at that email that we got this morning and the surplus, who owns that surplus? Is that the three communities own that surplus?
I couldn't answer that, the Councillor Butler, but as far as the infrastructure itself that we are looking at studying with this $100,000, it's actually owned by the City of Moncton, and Transaqua is contributing half of for the study because they recognize that it's a big component, a big key branch of the entire network, but the asset itself is city-owned.
Yeah, well, I see Jock got his mic on there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Butler. So the way that Transaqua operates, and again, it's different than the City of Moncton. So Transaqua, they collect fees from the three communities, so we charge on their behalf, we remit them the funding. They use their surplus, that's how they fund their capital projects. So they keep that surplus, they have a healthy capital reserve, and that's how they pay for capital projects in there.
So if we had a capital project that we wanted to, let's say, in the north end, they would have the money to,
Normally, the way it works is the City of Moncton from a sanitary sewer, because we're talking sanitary sewer with Transaqua. So the City of Moncton, we pay for our infrastructure related to sanitary sewer. So if we're putting sanitary sewer pipes in the ground, things like that, we get it to Transaqua. Once Transaqua receive, they have to pay for their infrastructure. So we're not allowed to pay for their infrastructure because we do not own it, right? It's Transaqua, it's not like MID, it's a controlled entity. We operate them as part of our business. Transaqua, it's a separate entity. We have board members on their board, but we do not necessarily own them. So that's kind of a little bit of the difference. So they collect now, I believe it's $210 per resident per year. And that's the funding that they use to look after their treatment once we get it to them. Everything on this side of that we own, we have to pay for it. So that's why we'll see some sanitary sewer in our capital budget. They also have a capital budget that takes care of their infrastructure.
yeah. So, no, I guess what I'm asking about is that how it worked. It would be great to know because they have a large surplus, a very healthy one, actually, 162 million, I believe it was. And, we have, is that correct? Is it around 100?
I don't,
We just got it this morning.
okay, I don't have the number right in front of me, but they do have a good
Yeah.
capital reserve, yep.
And and we had passed a motion unanimously to do something with the north end smell. So that's all I was asking for, just to recognize that, there's nothing in our budget regards to dealing with the smell in the north end. So that would be now for us to work with the other two communities and to have them sit down with Transaqua and ask them, because at the last meeting I was at, and I know I'm kind of getting a little off track here, and I appreciate it, Madam Mayor, they had said they'd probably have to double or triple the size of their operation in the north end. So, if you have 3 outhouses, it smells worse than 1 outhouse, right? So we'd like to be able to get that looked after. Thank you, Your Worship.
Jacques, we can move on. Or Greg, sorry.
Yes, okay, perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll go down to the next page would be page 94. So on page 94 at the top, you have the IT group, there's network enhancement, basically service and security. They're basically that upgrading of our internal system. Very important from a cyber security point of view and the system operating properly. The next section down is storm sewer. So this is one more segment related to the engineering side. You have the reconstruction on the 1 and 2, the storm sewer component, that Main Street work, and then some drainage improvements, small project on Salisbury Road that we'll be working on. And then down further, you got Westmoreland and a little bit of work in the north end there. The middle of page 95, you have basically the street microsurfacing, which is really after we've resurfaced, they put a couple years later, they put another asphalt surface on to support it, and help with asset management. We've got some road work, reconstruction number 1, 2, and reconstruction number 3 is work on Harrison Boulevard from the Trans-Canada, I think it's to Caledonia, where it's very rough there, and we're gonna upgrade a lot of large trucks. We then have the repaving of Main Street, as part of that St. George work, and that's where we're getting funding from the province of 1.241 million. On the next page, 96, we have street reconstruction, number 1, number 2, and retaining walls can be used in the future for help with active transportation. And we've got the completion of the new road between MBCC and Worthington Works. That's up there in the new project being done partially this year. You have work on Westmoreland that's going to continue, as I mentioned, and that's the big part of it, which includes the pavement, underground work, and that's $5.1 million. And we do have funding from the federal province for that, that will support $3.7 million of that. We also highlight the sidewalk work. There are some sidewalk extensions being done. Then also, most importantly, renewals of concrete, renewals of brickwork, and that's going to be under engineering for the residents in the area. And then we basically, as we go future years, money is available and that funding for road rehab and street improvements, which can be used for other projects that come along at that point in time. The next page, page 97, is basically the transportation projects. So you'll see there's $1 million in active transportation that relates to Clockton Road and other areas. St. George is also in there to put in bike lane separation. There's rail crossing work in Elmwood Drive that is being supported by the Rail Safety Improvement Program. And then we have $500,000 for traffic calming and additional in the future years. And that's going to be for things similar that's been done the last year or two in looking at the raised sidewalk, other measures that help calm traffic in different areas. So maybe before I go any further, that's the end of sort of the engineering section per se, before we get into the facilities and Kodiak and other areas. Any questions?
I don't see any at this time, Greg.
Okay.
I think we can carry on.
Good. Let's go into the building
Sorry.
areas.
Sorry, spoke too soon. Go ahead, Councillor Kingston.
Thank you, Madame Ides. Thank you, Greg. Not a question, but a great comment on the, I live in that area, the sidewalk extensions on Highland View because of the new apartment buildings that are going up. Folks, there's no sidewalks currently on the south part of Highland View, which is a fairly long street that's amazing. Many Monctonians aren't aware where it is, but it runs parallel to Shediac Road, literally from the bottom all the way to Savannah. So it's great to see that those extensions are coming in. It's often mentioned by the residents in my building and other citizens in the area. So thank you for including that in the capital works. Thank you. Merci, Madame Ides.
I don't see anything else. Greg, go ahead.
Okay, good. So the next bottom, page 97, is we have a general land requirement. This money is used on a regular basis when we look for projects where we need to acquire land for either land expansion for different things the city's doing. We have a series of facility work. You've got arc flash coordination study. You'll see that in different areas that have to do with electrical systems and ensure those are tested and coordinated for safety and effective use purposes. We've got work at the Kodiak transport of roof, so we're going to recap the roof, and that's actually going to extend the warranty for another 15 years, so that's a wise move. And we're going to have the money coming from the life cycle reserve, similar to the comment that we made earlier, Jacques made about the life cycle. In basically facilities, you've got other items. As you go to the next page, we're going to spend another $738,000 at the operations center to continue more resurfacing and more money in 2026, which will continue to help manage the dust up there and manage that, ensure that the residents there are less impacted as possible. We've got work at Thomas Williams House, Envelope, and some work at the zoo. And then we support the greenhouse fourplex with the capital recovery. They'll be doing a new roof, brine lines, and a couple of and washroom upgrades, things like that are highlighted.
Greg, if I
So-
could interrupt, Councillor Butler has a question.
Yeah, Greg, thanks very much. Back on page 97 at the bottom, it says the Lions Community Center roof replacement, $600,000. I know our lease with the province is not much, if anything, on that building. Is our lease enough to be able to cover that? It says 26, in 2026, it's nothing this year, but in 2026, it's 300,000, and then in 2020, no, 20, yeah, and then again, it has 2026, 600,000. So, that's a lot of money. I know it's our building, but through our lease, does any of that cover that from the province, recover that?
At this point in time, no, it doesn't. It is our building, and we've actually deferred that project. It was originally in 2 years ago and in 2026, and now the price has gone up. So it's really our building. It doesn't get covered at this point from the province. That'll be a conversation we want to have.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you, so it may be just a yes or no. So instead, do we get enough lease money from the province to cover these repairs?
There is not enough from the province, so we will have to reach out to them to see what we can arrange.
Because it's like, if you go three and then, you're about almost $1 million here in the next, in a couple of years. So I think it's something that we should be looking at if, the wear and tear of that building is going on. I think that, the taxpayers are paying this, and, anyway, so I'll leave that. I think, Jacques, maybe you could answer that are we going to be going after maybe this CAO?
Thank your worship to Councilor Butler. So just to answer your question, no, currently the lease, we do not receive we don't receive a lot of funding. They operate, we give the building base for free, and we're responsible for the capital as per the agreement, but that's something we can always go back.
Well, I would think maybe to the CAO, maybe he could speak on this, but I think that's, if we're ever going to get ahead with that building and also get something for the seniors, I don't think that we can be paying for a building that the province is owning or using. CAO, if you...
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Yes, absolutely. I believe that the motion that was passed earlier on this year was to renew the lease for 1 year. So the intent would be then to have those conversations with the province to ensure that if there are any capital requirements at the facility, that it's incorporated somehow in that agreement. That would be the intent.
Okay. Because I had thought that when they took that building over, one of the issues were that when we got the building back, it would be in the same shape as when they got it. Now, I don't know if that goes down to the roof and all of these, but I mean, anyway, I'll leave it with you guys to see if you can get that figured out. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, on page 99, let's talk about Kodiak Transpo. So basically, there's significant investment in Kodiak Transpo. Two reasons: because of the growth of the system as well as replacement of existing buses. So right now we have in 2025 another 4 diesel buses and 2 more in 2026 and 1 electric bus. So that would make 2 electric buses, one from 24's budget and one from this one, to work on a pilot project to make sure the electrification is going to work before we spend significant amount of money on the building and on more electric buses. However, before we get there, we need to backfill the fleet for older buses as well as to help with the growth. That's the reason why we have the diesel buses in place. On the next page, page 100, we basically have the fare box, and I think council's been aware of the fare box. We basically get recovery from DF and Riverview, who have buses. They'll pay their share, and then the province will reach out and already discuss with the province to get funding from them. Because of the extra buses, we're looking at some overflow storage, so that would be a canopy type structure of 450, and then looking at potentially in 2026, starting to design the work for depot expansion with additional buses. As we see, we're getting extra buses, EF's getting extra buses, and through all that, there'll be a sharing of cost in the operation, just as that is. And we'll be looking for federal funding on that, and that's already commencing in work. So that's the major things in Kodiak, significant asset investment there to help that service. And I think the half of Kodiak appreciate any support that council can give.
Councillor Butler has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again, Greg. On page, I got our too big here, page 100, regards to it, and I just noticed this last, well, you could say the last month we've had rain, but the last week, it says bus stops, 55,000. Are we looking at a long range because of the use of the buses that we have a few more bus stops around, like covers? I know in the north end, there's a lot of times on Mountain Road, there's a group standing there, and in climate weather, it's, we have lots on Plaza Boulevard, but going up further now, are we looking at maybe down the road trying to get a few more stops, bus covers?
That's what I understand from Kodiak. Yes, the answer is yes. And the bus stop accessibility is to actually put concrete pads in some of these areas where people are standing at grass to make it safer for them.
Yes.
Easier access to the bus.
Okay, thank you, Worship.
Terrific. I think we can carry on, Greg. Oh, no, Councillor Legier, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to continue on Councillor Butler's question. Sorry, Angela, I know you just came up to the mic and then you came back. I'm just wondering what the criteria is to add new bus shelters, because we're seeing, I mean, I have several locations where I see 15, 20 newcomers who are working, for example, in the industrial park, and they're dropped off on the Best Row bus, and they're just dropped off on a corner, and there's no shelter. So what is the plan priority across the city, for example, in terms of evaluating and creating more bus shelters and so on, if you could?
You will need to press the microphone button. There you go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Legier. Thank you for the question. So yes, there are a number of locations where we have much higher boarding numbers. So we're looking at our transit data. We collect a lot of that information. We also have a transit growth strategy underway currently with a consultant, so they're looking at that as well, and that'll be prepared for 2025. So holistically, we're still in a state of flux, I would say. We have we're still monthly seeing increased ridership. So typically we install shelters in the spring, summer, fall months. So that'll give us a few months to assess where the highest demand is. And then we'll get to work with ordering shelters. We're looking at solar, of course, for bus shelters. We typically don't have sufficient land, so we get easements from private property owners to put bus shelters in most locations. So there's a lot of collaboration that has to happen to make that all work.
Are there any temporary solutions? I mean, this could take another couple of years, and so people are, using our public transit system, and the expectation now that the snow's coming, that they'll be in a snowbank, and so on. And could we not look at something temporary as well as a long-term? And if we were going to do that, is there enough money in the budget to be able to do it? Because I'm concerned, the numbers are up. It's a good scenario to be in, but on the other hand, and maybe that's something that could come to council, what is the growth plan, and you probably have, I don't know, 50 different locations in the city where you could add, that the capacity would be there to be able to add a bus stop and really reinvest in the system.
Yes, through to Councillor Butler's question on these accessible stops that are listed specifically, these are not actually bus shelters, these are pads. So it is a mitigating step, I would say, because we would be able to clear them of snow in the winter. So it would allow access to the bus, allow access to the ramp on the bus. So it's a more accessible, not just for people in wheelchairs, but anyone with walker or any mobility issues. So that's what we're looking at addressing as a priority.
So that being said, wouldn't it then be, could it not be in the plan that maybe identifying, as you probably have, all of the bus shelters, all of the bus locations where people need to queue up to be able to take the bus, and maybe that's the first start. We put pads everywhere. We have a lot of stops that have nowhere for people to stand other than they're possibly standing on the sidewalk. If they're lucky, they're on a corner and the bus stops, but otherwise, then they're in a snowbank because, and so on. So perhaps something that, you could look at, and maybe then, because I do agree with you. I don't think that we're going to be able to put bus stops, shelters everywhere. At least maybe, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe there is a smaller version that could go between the right-of-way that we have between the sidewalk. But I really hope that we have that conversation 2025 and that we become aggressive. It's a good situation to be in when the ridership has increased. Bad when you're trying to play catch-up. So if you could, that I think would be at least sending the right signals that we believe in our public transit system. And it's not just about buying buses. It's about taking care of the ridership that ride the buses as well. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Terrio.
Merci, Madame la maire. Merci, Angela, pour la présentation. Mais j'ai une question pour vous. On a souvent mentionné les universités, les collèges, surtout pour avoir un programme. Est-ce que ça fonctionne? For example, do we have an agreement with Université de Moncton, with our community colleges and so on, even our hospitals for their staff, so that they could purchase from you and
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Terrio. So we do not have a specific semester pass that's available or a university pass. We do offer discounted passes for full-time students, and we have an employer pass program. So we do have, the rates of transit are quite affordable for everyone, but we do have specific programs for reduced rates.
I think it would be interesting. I don't know. I had a discussion with Monsieur CAO about this, and other cities are doing this, so maybe we could explore this, and this would be included in the package. For example, when students come in, it's covered, and the university would be purchasing this, and you could have the hospitals as well, and community colleges and other institutions. So it would also encourage the use of our public transportations, and I guess to have a real marketing plan out there and encouraging the sector to use our public transport.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Those specific routes are being really well utilized. Just 2 months ago, we added extra buses to the university and the hospitals for that very reason. That was approved by this council last year and implemented this year with the acquisition of more buses. So these are all things definitely where the highest demand is. That's where the extra trips will be placed as we continue to buy more buses and increase our capacity.
C'est beau, merci.
Thank you.
Whoa, that looks like it for this point, Greg.
Okay, perfect.
Councillor Crossman,
you.
you're good? Okay. Go ahead, Greg, sorry.
Okay, no, thank you. Appreciate your worship. The next page 101, we start getting into the recreation, culture, parks and rec. So you've got basically in 2025, you've got Kiwanis protected netting around from the ballpark that avoids a lot of damage to cars in the parking lot. Future years, we're going to be resurfacing Rocky Stone Artificial Field, and future artificial turf replacements at Trimble and McNaughton, which are basically, believe it or not, 12, 13 years old already. The next page down, page 102, is work on Savannah Heights Park next year with some design for future years. You've got Master Plan Phase 2 implementation, which includes disc golf at near Centennial Park and behind Mountain High, and then a feasibility study for different sporting facilities, which would include rugby, cricket, and pickleball. We'll be buying some land for the Phase 2 Panacea Trail, and then finishing that in 2026 with looking at a subsequent trail in 2027 for Ryan to Mapleton. And we've got a combination of trail work. We'll be doing recapitalization of a bunch of trails in Mapleton Park, Muskrat Trail, and things like that. Maybe at this point, maybe I can address Councillor Crosman's question about the K. Right now, we don't have anything in for a generator, but I agree with your thoughts. The best approach would be to do a design study first, so we can look at, consider that whether we do it in 25 or 26, plan out, get the costing, and bring that back to council in the future. On page 103, we basically have, since the George Street improvements, design work for future Coliseum work, which would happen in 2026. We're looking at things such as HVAC sprinkler system, those important systems within that building. There's a little bit of funds for $200,000 for the just venue upgrades, little things, little projects come along through the year. And then basically, then you have some on that's page 103. You have downtown facilities, so there's $8 million set aside in 25 and 17 in 2026, with other small electrical upgrades, a little bit of work on Moncton Market to keep it alive, keep it going until some final decisions are done there. So that's to the end of page 103, and just prior to the zoo.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Greg. Hope you're enjoying yourself over on the rock there. In all of this budget, I still haven't seen, and I asked Jock yesterday that I'd be asking this question. We're talking about all the upgrades and Magnetic Hill concert upgrades, but we still haven't got a costing on, and maybe it's someplace that I missed in the budget, but it's going to be in 2025 when we open up the new police facility. Where do we find what the final cost is going to be on that? We should be having something in our budget for 2025 or 2026, because there's places in there where it says we're still upgrading the old police station every year with $80,000 or $50,000. So where do we do? Can you give us some type of an answer to that? Like, what's the final cost or approximate cost? Or?
Right. So from a capital side, we're looking at the original $57.3 million. That's where we are now. We're into some contingency, and the facility will be opening sometime in the summer of 2025 after our CMP moves in.
Yeah.
And Jock, do you have information about the rent? I think we.
Well, is that 57,300,000? Is that the end number, or is there going to be, if there's still some things out on contract, is there still some, it could be more than that or less than that, or?
There's always a risk. We do have contingency remaining to hopefully cover off any final change orders. We're basically several $100,000 below our contingency, so we're still okay. We'll keep council abreast should that change.
Okay, so we won't probably get what you're saying is then that we won't probably get an end result until they move in? Is that, would that be it, or?
If we find something comes along before the facility finishes, and we need to come to council if we're exceeding that 57.3, we'll do that prior to them moving in, of course.
Well, yeah, but you still have the contingency money, don't you?
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
Well,
that's right, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Terrio.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci beaucoup, Greg. I think we talked about this before, and it's not a major issue. but culture and zoo, is the zoo going into the performing arts or the music, or why are we putting both of these together?
That's actually a grouping done by the province, not our choice, but by the province. That's the grouping. They take the culture and recreational facilities like the zoo get categorized in one area.
Well, maybe we need to lobby the province, Madame Maire, and culture's going down a bit, or maybe we can work with the zoo and create a whole new artistic events or whatever, but I just find it strange that this would happen, so.
Yes, we don't disagree with you, Councillor.
Merci.
So on page 104 is the zoo, and this is work being done at the zoo, updates of wildlife, paving pathway upgrades. The large project there this year is rebuilding the lemur exhibit at a cost of $4 million. Estimated the design is pretty much done. And then some other small projects for fencing, enclosures, in order to maintain our accreditation and safety, obviously, for the users. The next page is page 105. It's just finishing off the zoo. And the very bottom of that is just a little bit of workstations for the OCC and small upgrades of the facility as it's being, as the old one. And it will always have $50,000 in there for little leasehold improvements that would occur even in the new building. There'd always be little things they might want to do and reshuffling around. So that's the end of page 105. And 106 is basically fire vehicles. We have another vehicle coming in, and plus a little bit shortfall we had in the 2024 order. So in 2025-26, we'll have 3 new pieces of equipment, and which will replace other ones that are older, and we're following an asset management plan, working with the chief and fire. The very last line of the capital 5-year budget is basically the magnetic hill circulation. So that's part paving and signage to keep the moving of those areas as you're up in that area. Any final questions on the 5-year plan? And then I'll just finish off this capital section.
I don't see any, Greg. I think we can continue.
Okay. Page 107 is basically just talks about some of the funding that we're currently getting. IBA is supporting the downtown facility work, downtown work. There's other programs such as designated highway. Chuck mentioned about housing accelerator funding earlier. And there are some new programs coming out from Canada Transit Building Fund, which is going to help support transit and active transportation, as well as new community funding that's coming out. And actually, one of the sessions I'm at here today is going to talk about that and how we can access that, which is going to help us in the future. Page 108 talks about fleet and the fleet equipment. So we've got carryover that we're purchasing about 10 or 15 items. And then you've got new stuff, replacement of 2.4 million. So total value of $7.5 million a vehicle. We have over 300 pieces of equipment in fleet, so this continues to keep them upgraded and keep them working in good working condition. And then page 109 is basically the facilities deferred maintenance. This is the facilities pre-207. So this money is spent on older buildings to help install upgrades and maintenance of those buildings. And those are the plan. That's the plan for 2025 related to any types of work we've done. The rest of the section, all the way down to page 220, I think it is. Actually, go to 215.
Great.
215. Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Terrio, or Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Thank you again, Greg. This is like the zoo and culture, I think. What is Heritage Buildings and Mapleton Lodge?
What page would
I'm
we
at
refer?
109.
109.
Oh, okay, there's outside repairs and envelope, there's siding work and identifying in the heritage buildings where there's work required. We've got a large project in the capital. It's just a smaller work to manage that so that we don't have deterioration of the exterior components. So facilities proposed to do these envelope repairs and manage them so it doesn't get any worse to have spent significant funds.
I'm not sure I understood, Greg, but are we talking about the Mapleton Lodge as a heritage building?
That was just added in as one of the items. Most of them are the heritage buildings and a little bit of work on Mapleton Lodge.
Okay, so we've included heritage along with Mapleton.
Only because it was under the same category as envelope repairs and envelope management.
So
Not
is
that
this
it's
the
same
grants?
building.
Is this the grants
No,
for heritage?
No, this is our deferred maintenance. So this is doing maintenance, rehabilitation of those buildings, the outside component of those buildings, to keep them so they don't deteriorate.
I'm still not sure I'm understanding. Is this for all of our heritage buildings to make sure they don't deteriorate, or is it for the Mapleton Lodge?
No, Mapleton Lodge is just a small component of it.
Okay.
The heritage most of the money is for the heritage building for facilities to finish those and spend money so that they don't deteriorate, and we manage those outside structures.
Sophie, can you, just.
It's just putting together the Mapleton Lodge with the Free Meeting House, the Thomas Williams House, and the Trites House, which are our heritage building. So every year, there's a certain amount of money to do maintenance on those buildings. I think it includes Tankville School as well. So it's just that this year, because there's some repairs to the structure on Mapleton Lodge, it's been included in that type of building because it's not standard city building in a certain way. But it doesn't affect the grants for heritage building. That's a different thing. And so this is just the maintenance and repair on our city-owned heritage building.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Councillor Leger.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, for the overview. And I want to comment on the capital projects page that started like 87 and it went all the way to 90. And I really did appreciate the synopsis and then also the reference to which page. So that was very useful, I found. And then I could refer easily. I got a couple of questions, though, just for some clarity. So on page number 87, you have almost all the way, well, partway down, you're talking about the Salisbury Road, and it's a CN shared agreement for drainage. And I just wanted to sort of better understand that. And is that, we've had a series of emails over the years, and is that a final agreement where CN is going to partner with the city and improve drainage for the residents on the Salisbury Road?
Maybe I'll ask, I think Renee's probably still there, so Renee can provide an explanation on that one if possible, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through to Conseiller Legere. Oui, Conseiller Legere, this is actually the location we're talking about. It's an area just west of the traffic circle. There's been some more discussion with CN and how we can cost share, and we actually found a solution that would basically resolve the issue without CN's involvement and actually saving some money in the long term. So it's something that we can share with you, and we'll share with you as the one of the councillors for this ward. More details to come for the residents as well as the impacted property.
Okay, so that's great. And I have a question since you're there. On page 154, it talks about rail crossing assessments and improvements. But no mention of cost sharing. Is this stuff that we do along with CN to cost share, or is it things that we are responsible for? I'm just trying to understand.
Thank you for the question. This is actually cost share with Transportation Canada. It's a federal program about railway safety. Yep. So it's about looking at a few locations where we can add potentially some technology, some signals to help make sure people do not stop and idle on the tracks.
Okay. And I have two other questions. One is on page 169, we're talking about Oak Lane, and we're talking about redoing the fountain, and it's significant, but my question around that, though, is there a master plan of Oak Lane? Before we go down the road of refurbishing a fountain, because we've had other, like we have a really nice fountain at Victoria Park, but then it comes with its own set of issues. But I'm just wondering. I'm wondering about master plan for Oak Lane. Is this part of it? Public consultation? Not that I want to stop it. I just was wondering.
Sure. I may need some help with this question. Particular engineering is right now involved in doing the survey, the underground, all the infrastructure, seeing what's there. As far as the vision goes, I think it would probably be the next step. Once we have the survey information, will be given to our landscape architect that is on standing offer to come up with some concepts. But I assume there will be some public engagement at that point, which will likely involve more groups.
Okay, so this at least earmarks the money for it. And as well, I did notice that some upgrades are being done at the fourplex related to a roof and washrooms and heaters and so on. And so I think that's, again, is that part of asset management and just some clarification? And similar to the conversation, I think, at the Crosman, it would be nice to sort of have those details maybe brought forward, because a lot of times the users wonder what it is that we're doing with our assets. So this is nice and a nice announcement. So in any event, scheduled over $886,000 to do those renovations. So. And on one last note, related to the discussion we had this morning, and Greg, you answered the question related to the generator and doing a design for the K. Crosman. I asked this a number of years ago. And Councillor Crosman pointed out that the Red Cross has designated, or at least they've earmarked, the K. Crosman as a designated emergency site. Therefore, it would be nice to have a generator. I'd like to know what the other sites are. I remember the conversation because none of our fire halls had generators, but I believe we all have generators now. And, if the Coliseum were to be a designated site, I don't know if it has a generator. But for future discussion, it would be good. Do we have a plan? And what does that look like? And how do we communicate that plan to the general public so that when something happens, they know immediately where to go and what's the type of signage, those things. So just for future, and it just was top of mind, so I thought I'd mention it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Keep hitting that button. Thank you, Your Worship. Greg, or maybe Rennie can answer this. On page 160, it says land requirements right of way, 310,000. Where there hasn't been much regards to the north end regards to traffic. So I'm just wondering, like, what is this 310? What's that for?
You need to press your microphone.
I did the same thing.
Yes, I thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Butler. So this is for land acquisition for future transportation project, as the name says. So it could be anything from needing a bit of sliver of land for a new traffic signal, because we need to put the post, to a lot of land for, let's say, a road widening project. So we do not have a detailed list of where exactly this money is spent, for that particular budget. But as far as the north end goes, there's also a line item in there for future transportation design as well. We wanted to make sure we had some money to design some of the components that were presented to council recently as far as the north end transportation master plan.
Yeah, it's just that when you see like a specific amount of money, 310,000, you figure that you've already have an idea where it's going, that's all.
The issue we have is that we can definitely talk about certain land components that are in negotiations right now. For instance, if you look at Worthington extension at Mountain Road, this requires quite a bit of land acquisition. And the issue is that through appraisals, through negotiations, those amounts are not currently always known at the time of budget. And that's why we're trying to estimate how much it will be.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Richard.
Merci, Madame la Maire. So we're going into the project summaries. It's a good time to ask those questions now. Okay, perfect. Merci. I was happy to see a $350,000 for the Oak Lane water fountain to be some revitalization. But earlier, I saw some money earmarked in 2028, $100,000 for the Garden Hill fountain demolition. And we're still in the talks. We still have that on Let's Chat right now, so I wasn't sure how that was predicted.
I think that was looked out as a marker to make sure we had it sitting there to decide if it needs to be done or not, so the council was aware this was being looked at in the future.
2028 for 100,000, yeah. Okay, let's see.
Councillor Crossman.
Your Worship, Renee, could I just have a moment of your time at the mic, if you don't mind? With regards to project summaries, it's a great presentation, Renee, and the only thing that I really want to say to you is thank you for taking the time to actually look at Ward 1 and the east end of Moncton that we've struggled with so many years on flooding. And as you know, prior to you stepping into that role, there was some work done by the councillors of the ward as well as Elena Coyne to make sure that the proper infrastructure was moving forward. And it's nice to see that in here today, continuing to move forward for that area of Moncton, because to me, it shows that we haven't lost faith, right? We're focusing back in on that, and we're making sure that we don't drop the ball on it. So for me, and as far as the residents of the East End go, I'm going to say thank you for doing that. And Elaine, I'm sure, was there with you along the way, so thank you to both. But actually, thanks for listening to the councillors and the citizens for the comments that were made with regards to what needs to be done and working together on that. Because I think we work together extremely well, and today we have an outcome that, the retention pond, I don't think it's completely finished, but maybe it is. We've got the Panicky Trail there. We've got all that infrastructure that has gone in. And now we're giving back to the residents that were had flooding issues. So thank you and to your team for doing that. And I don't know if you had any hand in the east-west corridor in the Grove Hamlet area. I know I'm going to bring it up when Bill Budd eventually comes to the room or something, but again, thank you for that on the engineering end of it, because as ward councillors, we have been asking and lobbying for that to come through, and it's finally coming through now with the growth in that ward and the challenges that we had in 2021 when the election was going on, and everything was going through the roof as far as development goes. There was only certain levels and ways out. And I think that you've come up with another solution for the area as well. And I'll close on this. Traffic calming, bring them. Bring as many as you can. The Shediac Road is, what you've done on the Shediac Road is slowed traffic down. Now, the items are removed, of course, for the winter, but the raised sidewalk, and the raised speed, I'll call them speed bumps. They shouldn't be speed bumps. Nobody should be speeding in the city. They should be traffic calming devices. I think we need to look at that more seriously. If we're going to have active transportation and people on bicycles as well and walkers, we need to look at what we can do to make sure everyone is safe, not specifically focus on one group. So again, that's the only thing that I had just to finish off my first page of notes. So I just wanted to say thank you for that and continue, I guess, the great work, and hopefully we can continue to work together.
Well, you're welcome. Easiest question ever in the history of City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Greg, I don't see any more at this time.
Perfect. And then I think that Melanie is going to take over page 216 on debt management.
Okay, just for everyone we're going to finish off on this, and then we'll break for lunch. So Melanie, you're between us and lunch, just saying. Go ahead.
I won't take too long. So thank you, Greg. On page 216 and 217 is just an overview of our debt management. Our outstanding capital projected at the end of 2024 is expected to be about 85 million for the general fund and 37 million for the utility. Moving on to projections for 2025, with the addition of the police station, the general fund will move to about 135 million, while the utility stays stable at that $35 million. The city's general fund has a debt ratio limit of 20%, and the ratio is defined as taking your fiscal costs, what you pay for your debt annually, divided by your annual expenses. And we can see and demonstrate that over the next 3 years, it's projected to be well below the 20% limit. And with the utility fund, there is no limit due to that fund being so capital intensive, and the debt ratio for the utility fund is expected to be around that 26.7% for 2025. On page 217 is just a snip from the New Brunswick Municipal Capital Borrowing Board, their investment mix. And on page 218 is just a summary showing should the city not borrow any more debt, this would be our current obligation, so our active debt between now and the number of years to come. On page 219 is just taking our debt ratio estimates over the long term, applying the long-term plan with our current 3-year budget. And you can see again, it's well below the 20% limit. And then on page 220, it's just a summary of what we just went through, our outstanding debt projections over the next number of years, looking at our fiscal services, what we're paying for debt annually, looking at capital from operating for both funds. So from that concludes the capital budget section from the budget.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Greg, I don't know if you're still on there. We can't see you, but thank you very much. I think we will recess now for lunch and meet back here at, let's see here, at 1 o'clock for starting with grants.
Hey, Greg, are you still on the line? If so, can you request to speak? Greg, are you there? Just want to run a test. Greg, are you still there? If so, please request to speak.
Good job, my friend, good job. It all sounded very smooth. But the problem when
Yes, can you hear me now? Is that better? Is that a lot better? Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Greg. Can you say a little something right now? Maybe a little speech? Greg, Greg, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You able to hear me?
He can't hear us, it would appear.
I can't hear Dusty right now.
Okay, so we got like several people talking to several people all at the same time. So I'm going to talk to Jared right now. Greg, can you hear me talking through the mic right now? Okay, tell him to hold on a sec then, please.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm speaking into the mic right now. Just wondering if anybody can hear me.
I don't hear him right now, but he doesn't show on the current speakers either. Like he's not showing as being a current speaker, and I'm looking at the dashboard here. Not like the mayor would be. Try now.
From both of you guys going through.
Yeah, I'm speaking now in Shelley's seat, Greg.
I do. I see it.
You can't hear me talking though, eh? Greg cannot hear me talking. Does not sound like Greg can hear me talking.
No. Can you hear me
Yep.
clearly? So, a lot better than it was before. Can you hear me, Dusty?
Yes, I can hear him, yeah.
Nice and clear and loud?
So, yes, you sound pretty good here. Can you hear me now, Greg? Can you hear me speaking, Greg?
I don't hear him other than through my phone. Second. Hold on. Let me try something. Hold on. Let me try something. Try it again.
Can you hear me now, Greg?
I can hear you now.
Aha, so, okay, we're good. So, Greg, you can hear me now, which is excellent.
Yeah. And you can hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly, but I'm just going to double check. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to double check with Ivans here to make sure that they made their change. So hold on just 1 second.
Okay. I had to go back into I got back into the speaker, or into the jack mic. It wasn't setting up that one properly. So when I shut down and came back on, it gave me that setting, and I increased the volume on that particular device, I guess. Yeah. Yep. Can you hear me? Yep. And Justin, I get an echo in my ear. I speak? Do you hear me? Yeah, no, I still get an echo in my ear. But I can't turn the volume down too much. You hear me?
One sec. Okay, so I made a little bit of an adjustment on our end here. Greg, you can hear me pretty good?
Yep, I can hear you. You hear me?
Okay, so here's what I need you to do. Justin, the two council ceiling speaker volumes, can you please tap each of those once tap them each twice to bring the volume up in room? Let me know when you're done. Okay, so Greg, can you just say a little something to me? Can you say test, test, test?
Test, test, test.
That sounds much, much better. Okay, I think we're good. Just one more little thing though. Justin, can you tap the council ceiling speakers down one tap each? Good. Okay. Can you hear me over in the media booth? You can hear me pretty good? Okay. Greg, can you say test, test, test for me?
Test, test, test.
Okay. So I think what we need to do is hit the volume one tap each on the council speakers up one more time, because I think that's just too low. Let me know when you're done. Just one sec here.
Speaking.
Sorry, Jared, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks, Justin. Greg, can you give me one more test, test, test?
Test, test, test.
All right, so I think we're good. I think we're bang on. We can hear you super loud and clear. And I think in room is pretty clear as well. So that's really good. I think we're good.
Good. Good. Okay, thank you. I don't have a lot of sections to deal with, just grants, so it'll be minimal, but it's good. I'm on for that.
So, and again, just now when you were speaking, that sounds very low again, right? So, Jared, can you go ahead and can we bump the remote volume a little bit more?
Yep.
Just give us one last second, Greg, here. We're going to make one little change.
Just want to make sure I get the right one. For 7. Bring this up to 11. Try that.
All right. Okay, can you give me one more test, 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 Greg?
Test, test, test.
That's much better. Perfect. We're good. Bang on.
I can go up a little
Beautiful.
more.
That hurt. Can you hear me now?
Micro adjust it again.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you perfect. I apologize, Greg, for this. We didn't quite have the volume settings the way that they should be, but you're pretty good now.
Okay, thanks, guys. Much appreciated.
All right. Thanks, Greg. Talk to you later.
Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to call us back to order here. And I believe the first item is grants. So, nope, oh, sorry, Jacques, the floor is yours.
Okay, just quickly, this will only spend 2 or 3 pages because it doesn't really impact it's more of a GFOA. So from page 221 to 226, we have the climate reporting, which is a requirement of GFOA, is prepared by Tim's team, the environmental team, if there are any questions there. And moving on, we also have in the pension fund on page 227, 228. So basically, that's highlighting that our pension asset as of December 31st, 2023 is worth $51,418,400. Now it's time, I'll pass it over to Greg for the grants.
I think Councillor Butler, go ahead.
Brian here.
Sorry.
It's all right, I don't mind that, that's my name. Could we just, I realize we can jump ahead here, but can we just get maybe a little summary from you as regards to climate change? Climate change is a big thing, and I just don't like to just kind of like skip over it. If we could just, what we're doing, I think, you know, there's people on, that are on YouTube that are watching that don't have access to the report, so. Thank you, Your Worship.
You'll need to press your microphone.
The next question. Thank you. So as far as, I mean, just a summary of climate change, it's pretty well established by now that the Earth's climate is warming, and this is overwhelmingly because of the greenhouse gases emitted by human activity, particularly from things like energy, burning fossil fuels. The most recent targets for containing climate change, because there's a certain amount of it that is already baked in because of the fossil fuels we've already burned, was to try and keep global warming to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by the end of the century. That's becoming increasingly difficult. We're doing our best, but so the measures that we are seeking to take, partly through the city's community energy and emissions plan that was adopted back in 2022, lay out a number of actions for the municipality to take to basically get us to net zero emissions by the year 2050. So there's actions on a number of different fronts, kind of different buckets, buildings and the energy efficiency thereof, transportation, things like waste, a few other matters. So we have a suite of about 31 actions in the community energy and emissions plan. We're always looking for others, by the way. There may be things that they missed. There may be other things that come up, other opportunities. And so that's the essence of our strategic direction at this time. I'm not sure how much detail you wanted me to get into, but.
No, I think that's good, Tim. It's just more for the people that are watching. They might not have this in front of them, and they just want to, it'd be nice for them to know that we are working on climate change within our, as much as we can within our jurisdiction. So I just wanted to make sure we touch base and just add a little summary. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor.
Jacques, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Now I will pass it over to Greg. Greg will walk us through the grants before we go to the different service areas. And I would also ask Greg to summarize the new grants process as well, just as a reminder to council before we move forward. So I'll pass it over to Greg. Thank you.
Perfect. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Beautiful, good, okay, finally. Okay, so on page 230 is the high-level dollar value for the grants with $10,228,2025. Below, we show level 2s and 3s, which was transfer money that was originally to the Lions Center back over to support a community service development officer, an increased ability transit I'll speak about in a minute, and then program funding that moves over to seniors programming, along with a level that was provided for 20, makes the total funding up to $1,000 for seniors programs. The FTE for the seniors community development officer was approved by council earlier in 2024. So page 231, 232, and 233 talk about the level 2s and 3s I just mentioned. So on grants themselves, if you recall, your worship and councilors, administration did a best practice review across Canada of community grants and how other communities manage those grants to other community organizations. As part of the recommendation we brought to council in the summer of 2024 and earlier than that, the decision was to take and make a community evaluation committee that would look at the community grants, and that's basically the major multi-year grants. For 2024, it was not $1.9 million, and the proposed amount for 2025 is just over $2 million. That committee is currently reviewing and meeting, and they will basically come back with recommendations on December 16th, using that $2 million as their base for funding. The culture, quality of life, and immigration grants will still be recommended by administration, but basically it's a process that we're also on that committee. There are 2 councilors, Council Thieves and Council Kingston. There's 4 community members from outside who actually went through an interview process and very highly regarded in the community. And there's 3 administration individuals, myself, Joanne Duguay, and Alicia Graham. So we're managing and looking at those and going to be scoring and meeting actually on this Friday as well. So the other grants, going down the ICE grants, we've increased by 3% based on the increase expected at Fourplex, so that supports all lifetime users. You've got Moncton Lions Community Center. The only thing that remains there is the property tax and insurance for us to cover the cost of that building. You have a small amount for public safety. The Moncton Library line of $958,000, 723 relates to the lease and operating costs that we pay for the library. We recover around $380,000 from the provincial library for their share. The Next Line Capital Theatre, just about $106,000 in a capital grant, and the rest is operating fund that we provide them with on a monthly basis. So that's just over $400,000 that we give them to help operate their facility. As we move down, the basic Moncton Industrial Development, that's a combination of operating funds for their office, as well as the incremental tax and taxes to pay on their vacant land per the agreement, and them as a direct subsidiary of the city. Below, and it was a question that came up earlier, I think, from Councillor Butler. Basically, for Regional Service Commission, the pest control costs are down to $284,208. Regional service fees are basically at $441. They're up for the service they're providing and we share in. And then you have WA Transport, which is urban rides, which we're providing $36,000. Ability Transit, the administration has recommended an increase in their budget of $765,000. Just a few pieces of information about their budget, just to support that $765,000. Right now, they have 1,050 clients. They want to get it to 1,300 in 2025. It increased their hours, 1,600 hours, 16,000 hours and 24,000 service hours. They're buying 4 new buses. Right now, there's 281 clients that they can accommodate on a regular basis. There's up to a 2-week waiting period for someone to actually get a ride with Ability Transit. And most 50 to 60% of the requests are for medical appointments, so it's a significant service that they're looking for assistance from the city. We have reached out to the province for support on the capital side on the assistance with the buses. We are working also more with the province to look at operational funding to help support this. There's very few dollars that come from the province on the operating side. So with the change in government, we're going to be reaching out with Village Transit and advocacy to work to see that we help get the province to commit more money on the operating side. So, I think the 765 from what we've seen from the is well warranted for the service they provide. So overall, that's $10,595 in grants, and it's just a real quick summarize of what the grants are. And it's really the major multi-year grants where we are talking the community organization that we'll be bringing back on the 16th. And as Jacques mentioned yesterday, if there's other grants, say that the council wants at that point, or increase something that not in the values supported by the committee, then the council has that ability to look at either an overspend or using council reserve to help support that. I think from what I'm seeing, major organizations have applied that we'd expect, and they're looking like they'll, if funded reasonably well, maybe not always 100% what they might want, but I think it's important enough to support the programs. So, any questions?
Yes, there is a lineup. First up, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Greg. My question is again, we go back to the Moncton Lions Club Center. You know, we had 147. I think there was money taken out for the new staff that was hired. So it leaves us very little, but when we go into 2025, we haven't accomplished much as far as finding them a permanent home or where they can go to exercise and things like that. So last year, I think it was when we were at the Avenir Center, we passed a motion that we would give the Legion, and there was another organization doing it. I skipped my mind. I know that Jock knows about it, but you know, we have to find some type of grant money for these people that they're still doing the same thing, and I think that it's only the onus is on us to try to help. There's expenses for these people like the Legion and stuff. So if maybe you can't speak on it, maybe Jock can speak on it, like how we're going to go about doing this, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Butler. So just to summarize this situation, so the way it is, and I'll kind of provide a little bit of detail. So last year, as approved by council, we have spent, for the Legion, council authorized 49,000 that came out of the council contingency, and 28,000 that was paid out of the remaining grant funding that we had for the Lion Senior Club. And then dans son corps, they were paid 20,000, and that came out of the Lion Center funding. So the total that was funded last year of kind of those three items was we paid those two items. Currently, right now, we have $50,000
I like that.
$50,000 in the budget. So if we want to pay Legions, the 49 and the 28, and dans son corps, we could do council could do a motion to match the same funding as in prior year. A little bit of the nuances between that, between kind of what did not occur the first time when we provided payments versus the other time, is normally when these community groups apply for grants, and this would be somewhat of a grant. They apply through the grants process. We see the financials, we see the business cases, we see how many individuals. Now, in this instance, it's a little bit different because it was kind of not necessarily an emergency. They actually provided the service before they were requested, and then after that, we just topped it up, but we haven't seen. So I think the motion can certainly be made to be done. Options to fund as well, and that will be important when we have options around motions as well, right? And again, we can always discuss the different things, but for this one, for the increase in payment, it could also come from the 2024 council contingency, which would cover off the 2025 stuff. But I'll leave it up to Councillor Butler if you want to make that motion or not. That's one way of funding it. The other one is to pass it on to the taxpayers, and the other way is to remove from something else. So those would be kind of the three options, so.
Well, I think with taking it out of the contingency plan would be the best way. What would be the total for, that we gave the Legion last year?
So I'm just going to add up quickly, so so the Legion, it was 77,000.
1,000, yeah.
And dans son corps, is it 57 for dans son corps? But that would be over the 20,000 that we provided this year, though. For dans son corps.
57 for them?
For a full year, yes.
Yeah, well, that's what we're looking at, a full year, right?
Yep. And we haven't, like, that's the thing here, like, we haven't necessarily vetted all the numbers, but that's what we have as of now.
So can I make that motion right now, or do I?
Yes, it would be the time to make
now?
that motion right now
Okay,
if,
so I will make the motion that we continue the same program that we did the last year with the two, the Legion, and what was the other one?
dans son corps.
Okay, for the two of them,
For $134,000.
134,000, divided that way, 77,000 for one and 57 for the other?
Yep.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Thank you, Councillor Legier. Okay, so we're going to park that till the end?
We can park her.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Legier.
Yeah, thank you. A question, I guess, for what we've just talked about, the Legion and Dans son corps, do we know if they made grant applications? Do we know any of those details at this time?
Greg would.
Greg,
The
do you know?
Legion- Yes, the Legion did not. The Legion did not. Dance on Corps has, but they had previous operating grants before, so it's not specifically for the support to seniors.
Right. Now, the Legion operated for almost 3/4 of the year and then showed us what their impact had been, and then we extended the funding. Dans son corps was to start it as a pilot to see. So before, I guess my question is, before we enter into a one-year continued funding, can we get an update on what Dans son corps is doing, what the impact has been, and so on? It might be excellent, but I have absolutely no feedback whatsoever from the time that we met at the Avenir Center and gave them I think it was $20,000, a little over $20,000 to run through to the end of December. So before, I don't know if Councillor Butler would agree, but before we agree to extend the funding for a whole year, I'd like to know what it is that we're paying.
Yeah, so an option for council would be, again, to provide the funding, to allocate the funding in the budget, but, and basically only release the funds once presentation has been provided to council. And you can specify if it's for both or just Dans son corps versus the Legion, that council can decide that.
Okay, I think that would be good. I think the Legion, we have enough evidence to support it, but nonetheless, we would ask the Legion to still, maybe at year end or beginning of 2025, to come in and present to council, and we would invite Dans son corps to do the same thing, so that at least there's some transparency in what they're delivering as service. Now, I guess I look at the way, I understand how we took the funds from the Lions Center, and then we used it to fund the permanent person that we're going to be hiring. But I don't necessarily agree with that. I think we had agreed when we moved the seniors out of the senior center, okay, that we were trying to manage a number of situations, but I don't think we had the discussion that said we're going to take that money out of that and we're going to reallocate it to a seniors person to coordinate. We talked about hiring a seniors person to coordinate. I don't remember it stipulating that those funds are coming out of that particular budget. So I think I preface that by saying that now that this new person is hired, I hope there's a commitment in January and into February, maybe over 6 weeks, to do a proper, not survey, but to really find out from seniors what it is that is needed with respect to, first of all, there's no doubt the activities are working well in the community, and I thank those two organizations, the Legion and Donsaka, for stepping up. YMCA has done the same. You've got Curl Moncton. So I think if we can get that, then we can speak to the end of March what our next steps are going to be with respect to whether or not it is in the best interest of our seniors community to have, whether it be a resource center, a place in which would be designated, and maybe it's intergenerational, because I think that's really important for seniors to be part of a younger group. So I just sort of put that out there, and I think then the importance, again, of having a contingency, because if we find ourselves needing to fund things in 2025, that's where we can assure the general public that, A, what we've done as tax relief is sound, because we have the ability to find funds because of the stewardship of council. So I just kind of leave it at that, and just for me to better understand what we're doing here, but to make it clear that seniors are important, and that we're going to go down this road now of really engaging seniors and to find out what it is that is needed in our community and what a good model could look like if that were the case. So thank you.
Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jacques, thanks for the response to Councillor Butler and Legier on their comments. The only thing that I would have to say on the motion is I feel that the Senior Community Development Officer has to be hired first in order to get a true understanding of what's going on within the senior community and what their needs are, similar to what Councillor Legier just said. So have we, I know that the 97,000 is in there for this hiring. Have we hired a person yet?
Yes.
So we have. Okay, so this is news to me. I did not know that. So I'm curious to know when they start, how soon.
And I think it's just been in the past week or a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, so it's very, very, I could say this yesterday, but today, but if we would have deliberated at early November, I probably would have said they're still in the process.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. I really think that that's what we need to do if we're going to look at dispensing money to groups. I know Monica Tucker did a survey on what was available at the time when council had moved away from that center on St. George Street for services, and I know it's being offered in the neighborhood, but I think there's a bigger step here, and the bigger step is to include everybody in that conversation. But that person, that senior community developer, is going to be, to my knowledge, is going to be the key contact here at City Hall for moving forward on what services should be offered that the seniors are looking for. So that's my opinion on the motion. I have no issue with the motion, but I just want to make sure that we're not handing out funding without making sure we're getting the correct services for almost everyone. We can't satisfy everyone, and that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So thank you, Jacques, for your response.
I don't see anyone else. Greg, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Drop.
All right, so now we're going to get into the sections of each service area. So each GM of each area will come and present their areas, and then after the presentation from each GM or CAO, we'll open it up to council for questions or so on. So the first one up will be our CAO, Monsieur Doucette.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, it's my first budget exercise, so patience with me and my section, my service area. So around governance, it's really around the budget for the mayor and council and the chief administrative officer office. You'll see in the documentation that there are no additional FTEs being proposed this year. The really only change to this year was increasing the employee engagement budget by $20,000. As we all know, last year we was approved the position of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer in the CAO office to lead not only the diversity and inclusion file, but also the engagement file for the staff. So the indication here would be to provide that office with some funding to assist with the engagement of staff within the corporation. That's it.
Any questions? Moving on. What have we got? Corporate services? Who's doing that? You need to just touch the microphone.
Exactly, exactly.
I have one on mine. Welcome, Kevin.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. So I am presenting the corporate services budgets, and just as a reminder for our gathering here, of course, we have the Departments of Human Resources, Communications, Information Systems, and Strategic Initiatives under that area, and very stable budget, and certainly that's due to the fine people leading those respective departments and the teams that put those budgets together. A number of budget requests coming through corporate services as part of this budget period. Out of the corporate communications area, budget request of $75,000 for City Hall and downtown lighting program, similar to the lighting program that was recently installed on the face of City Hall. Out of Human Resources, a number of requests related to health and safety, so a health and safety coordinator role, as well as health and safety document management tool, so that's a software program. Out of Information Services, a network administrator, and also in the Human Resources Department, official language training. And also to support the health and safety officer with site visits and to uphold the image of the City of Moncton vehicle rental for the health and safety personnel as they do site visits and on-site meetings for their respective work. So all told, a number of requests totaling $365,000 out of the corporate services area. Happy to take any questions or involve our team as necessary. Thank you.
I do not see any questions.
Merci. Thank you.
Very straightforward. Next is, I'm assuming we're just following along straight in the binder, right? Okay. So I would say that's legal and legislative services. Nick was here. All right, then. Perhaps we skip that. Oh, okay, sure. It's probably pretty straightforward. Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry, you're on.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. So, yes, very straightforward from the city. So this area, it has the legal department and it also has the legislative services and city clerk's office. There are no budgeted positions requested for this year. As you will see in the area, there is one legal, oh, he's here. I'm just going through your area, Nick. There's one legal position that is funded currently by the half. And in terms of the budget itself, there's a $1,000 revenue increase due to fees and charges. And then in labor and all the other categories, it's fairly straightforward. We increased $20,000 in professional services due to the needs.
Nick, do you have anything to add? You're on.
Well, I'm not sure what Jacques said, but I know we didn't have any significant changes this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fairly straightforward.
It is
yeah.
fairly straightforward.
Okay, great. Any questions? I don't see any. I think we can move on to financial services.
Okay. Thank you, Your
Nick,
Worship.
it's your turn. You get to do financial services now? Okay.
All right, so in my area, again, I'm the GM of Finance Services. I oversee the finance, the purchasing and central stores, the revenue office, and the fleet division. For this year's budget, we are not proposing any staffing changes. Just one key initiative that I would like to highlight that we're currently working on. It was funded in last year's operating budget as a multi-year request. We are in the process of looking at, or we will be changing or upgrading our ERP solution. We are currently in the process. We've gone out to market for a consultant that will help us do the corporate needs analysis. So that will go into each area to determine what are their needs, and we'll try to find a system that aligns. Our intention is to go out to market for a solution at the end of 2025. In terms of level 2s and level 3s in my area, so there's a $25,000 that was there for corporate training in other admin. We are now moving those funds over to the HR department to fund the official language training requests. The increase in funding of capital budget from operating fund of $100,000, that is to protect the city in the event we've increased the capital budget by $3 million. If all of those projects are complete, we'll have a 1 month of interest. If that does not occur, we'll just simply put the $100,000 towards our capital budget, so to reduce our debt. And then the other one, it's a 26-27 request, as the 25 request was funded with the 24 surplus. This is where we purchased 2 new plow trucks for the operations department through fleet. This came to council. We purchased it by using the fleet reserve, and council's approval was to replenish the reserves over a 3-year period. And then in terms of revenues, the only changes to revenues in our area is a little bit less of interest revenues on the Wildcats loan, because they've paid off their debt early rather than paying it over the 15-year period, so which is good. We can invest those funds. And then in terms of labor cost, there's nothing to update. It's all normal increases. And the changes that you would see in our non-labor cost and our recovery lines, both being bigger in 2024 than in 2025, that has to do that last year when we purchased the equipment, what happens, we purchase the equipment in our line, and then we allocate it to the different areas using that equipment. But for 2025 this year, most of the equipment that we purchased was done with the 24 surplus, so we're not seeing it in the budget. So there's no drastic changes in our budgeting. And the other thing, and you would not see it unless you would go more into the details, our capital from operating is increasing by $2.2 million. That has to do with the interest mitigation strategy that we did, that was approved by council in last year's budget, because we had accumulated funds in the CRPA, the building reserves. We had decided not to bond the other projects, so those would be that contribution that otherwise we would have to bond. And the deposit to reserve is reduced by $3.1 million because now that will go into fiscal services for the police station. And we're also budgeting some fiscal savings of $250,000. So I will open it up to questions if there are any.
Terrific. I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next area would be operations services.
Okay, thank you. So for 2025 in operations, which covers, in this case, parks, facilities, and public works, we're dealing with utilities, water, wastewater separately. Some highlights for the coming year. We'll continue to work with our teams on increasing our focus on various the use of some technology, and often in the field with our staff or field staff to help them be less dependent on paper, create some efficiencies and leverage the data that we collect. We also continue to deal with increased growth, as we know, which affects especially public works. So we're paying a special attention to this. We also have a change, as we know, on the recycling management, which is now done by circular material. That's effective about right now. We'll see how that continues over the next few years. And we also know that the residents are expecting a year-round access to the active transportation more and more. So we are having a close look at this. In our service levels, you'll notice that we had some challenges again this summer with the mowing. Not because of the wet weather, but some other concerns were like the number of areas to mow, smaller pieces. So we're going to look at this. We haven't had much complaints at all, but we'll have a look at this for next year, see how we can improve this. And on the painting and marking on the street, our team has been all rebuilt this summer with the additional 3 staff that council provided us for the summer. So we expect next summer that we'll be able to deliver an even improved painting and marking program. Potentially one thing to keep an eye on in the future is the work on concrete, sidewalk, curbs. There's a high pressure on this that is increasing. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. For level 2 and level 3 for operation services, we see mostly L2 impacts from L3 budget items that were approved from the surplus from 2024. I think in one exception of this is an additional staff for our traffic electrician shop. So we've seen a pretty big increase of scope over the past 10 years in this area. So there have been 3 staff and a supervisor for, I think it's over 10 years now. So this will bring them to a team of 4 next year if council approves that. Otherwise, I don't know if, Jacques, you want to touch on any revenue or changes there?
No, the revenues would be stable in this area.
I think that highlights the biggest changes, and I'd be open to any questions.
Thank you, Alexandre. First up, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Alexandre. I had 2 things. When we talk about the paintings of the street, I would like to add that for next year, that, and I don't know if we have to plan ahead, but for a veterans painting, I've seen it on social media. I think it's a very, very, very good idea that, you know, we do other things for months and months upon, and here the veterans don't get much. So do I need to make a motion for that, or is this just enough to say that you will go forward and find the right color of paint?
Are we talking about one crosswalk or multiple in the city?
I would like to have more than one. I think in the city this size, we could have a couple.
We could look and propose something. Would we want to have something similar to the rainbow crosswalk in numbers, you know, like something like this? Is it BIA? You're thinking, if we get some guidance, we could come back with a proposal to council. I don't think it'd be a lot of money.
Yeah, I think, I just want it to be on the radar. You guys are the experts of how much that you want to do. But I think it's important for us as a city to show that we're in step with the rest of the communities around. And so that's great. So I don't need to make a motion on that. Then that'll just, we can just leave that with you, and we can come to sit down and chat with it about. Is that how you would like it?
Right after this, I'll talk to some of our staff and just make sure that it's we can cover it with the budget, which I don't think it'd be a problem, and we can let council know by tomorrow or something.
Okay, that'd be great. And the other one is that I would also like to, in your service area with Public Works, is make sure that we have maybe a couple residential neighborhood meetings with you guys, staff up there, because some of the calls we get are from the Worthington area and over there with the noise from the trucks and the dust and the dirt. And I think it's important to be good neighbors. And I think just a couple times a year, if you put some knockers on the doors and say, listen, we could have a meeting a certain time, and maybe the councilors from the area can go there too, but at least, make them feel like they're being listened to.
Sure.
So I don't think we need a motion
No.
for that. That's just kind of something that we'll bring up. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Legier.
Yeah, thank you, Alexandre. I was looking at your operation services and the service levels, and there's a couple of areas that the department's still struggling, and I wonder if it's that case because of maybe not having enough manpower. And so, I take a look at I know you touched on the lawn maintenance. There's also the horticultural maintenance. I mean, all of the things that your department is having to oversee, and you touched on it when you said the city's growing. So there are a lot of demands in the city, but I'm just wondering to what degree that plays to, we put out pillars with expectations of setting targets that we don't meet. And if we don't meet them, then I guess I question and say, so, what do you need? And I know, I guess I sort of leave it at that. What can make it better at this point?
It's a pretty broad question. If we look at the mowing, for an example, instead of asking for more resources, our thought was maybe to explore the naturalization of some smaller pieces, like we heard from our staff. There's now so many little bits and pieces they have to mow. So this is very demanding. It's much harder than mowing a very large parcel. They may have to drag the truck, the trailer, get the mower down, mow a little piece of boulevard or something around a postal box or something, then reload. We're this summer, the team did a test, and Dan this thing is going faster than we thought, so Dan is not even back to talk about it, but we tried, there was a slope in one of the parks that was very difficult to mow, and they tried to naturalize it with wildflowers. And I know Councillor Bourgeois is not here right now, but he's suggested in the past that we look at naturalizing some boulevard with some kind of flower, like the perennial arrangement or some other thing. So we wanted to continue to explore this as an avenue to maybe reduce a little bit the scope progressively, like not too aggressively, but to test. Something else that I think we won't be able to ignore much longer, as council knows or may know, we have a robot to paint lines in the field, which has been an extremely successful tool for the team. It makes straight lines easily. The attendant just has to program the line. It's just amazing. So I don't know how much longer we're not going to have a mowing robot. You know what I mean? So these things exist. So if we could start deploying some mowing robots, it may be. So I think it's more there that maybe next year we'll bring council some requests to consider like a mowing robot. I think these are somewhere around $40,000 to $50,000 for commercial units right now. They're becoming more accessible. The technology is getting there. So instead of asking for more staff resources, because it's also difficult in the summer, we have a lot of students we rely on, and that has been, not always easy to staff all these positions. So we are paying attention to this, but it's not something right now that we were prepared to come ask for more resources from council in this specific area.
Okay. And I know we'll get to it later on in the budget deliberations, because I took a look at some of the positions that were asked and didn't make it and so on. And I think as I glean on that and I think about it, and maybe this is a question to the city manager, but, the city's to a size now that maybe, could it require maybe an external set of eyes to come in and evaluate department by department and really take a look at workload and take a look at, more importantly too, prioritizing. So figuring out, we're doing a lot of different things and we provide a lot of different services, but how do we make sure that, at the detriment of one department, we're not penalizing someone just because, and so on. So, I asked a few of those questions during the internal auditor, or external auditor presentation, and I think it might be really good. In that way, it's an independent way for all of the general managers to be, in the same ballpark and all the directors so that people the individual departments know where they stand. And I think it would be a more helpful way to proceed. So, because at the end of the day, I know there's only a certain amount of money, but if we're burning people out, and we're hearing anecdotally now more and more that, people used to want to work overtime, they don't want to anymore. People don't want to work at nighttime anymore. People really value their quality of life now. So probably means we're going to have different ways. Maybe one of them is through robotics, where you can do things that, maybe we'll have autonomous plows one day, where we can just go out and they can plow the roads. We have an autonomous taxi, or taxis, I guess, in the U.S. Anyway, those things are, need to be on the radar, and I think it would be helpful. And the reason I think external is because you're all busy doing the things you do daily. It takes somebody else to take a look and say, so I leave it in the city manager or CAO's responsibility to maybe look at that and get back to council. Okay?
Great.
Thank you.
Councillor Richard.
Thank you, Mayor Arnold. Merci, Alexandre. I will say that looking through the binder, but you've done a lot of work since you've came in, and I see a lot of positive things that have happened.
Thank you.
So I'll go to page 294 and 295, where we're looking at the targets and just a simple no and no explanation really on markings, and asphalt has a little explanation there, but
So on the markings?
On the markings, we don't know to what percentage did we get.
Yeah, we're in transition this year with the markings. I believe that next year's service level have a little bit different targets that are a bit more meaningful. Also, like I mentioned, after council gave us an increase of 3 staff, which is nothing. It's quite significant for this group because there were 6 staff, now it's 9, so it's very good. But they had to rebuild the team, so a lot of new players. We have a new working foreman. And we also have a contractor, a small shop that's been with us for now, maybe the 3rd year, maybe this year. So they're getting better and better. So I don't know if we'll be able to meet exactly this next year. I cannot remember exactly how we've laid them out. Again, we're trying to make these service level and targets more meaningful and achievable. So, but this year was a transition year. The year before was a really rainy, wet year. So hopefully next year we have a better idea of what our current resources and program can deliver. So I would not be too concerned about how we did this past year because we were in transition.
I was actually interested to see the numbers because I didn't get as many calls, I don't think.
That's probably a good thing.
Right, that's positive. And also on the patching. So, and the first year you came in, there was a lot of snow.
Yeah, that too.
So, got some better work there. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Thériault.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci beaucoup, Alexandre. J'ai une question pour toi. I really support Councillor Butler's suggestion about the veterans. I think this is a great idea. Could we also be a little bit more creative? How many crosswalks do we have on Main Street, for example?
It's a good question. I don't have the answer right now.
Okay, we have a few,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we could create, more than just the veterans and the rainbow, which is beautiful, by the way, but maybe work with art students or artists. How do you do this? You create a template and then you have someone who paints, or?
It's probably good if somebody that has some artistic talent give us the template instead of the guys at the shop. I would not ask them to come up with it, but they'll gladly paint it. That's no problem. But we could circle back with communications and,
and also the arts board, perhaps?
I'm sorry?
With the arts board?
Possibly, but if council were to consider something a little bit more exhaustive than 1 or 2 veteran sidewalk, I'll circle back with my team and see. Maybe we should put aside maybe a $5,000 or $10,000 to ensure that we can do it correctly, because when you customize these things, it becomes more difficult, right? The templates, the time, the painting, the different paints. So I'm not saying it's impossible to do. I'm sure it's very doable, but we can take that away, and maybe tomorrow, Jacques, we can have like an idea for council that if we wanted to do something a little bit more intricate for maybe Main Street sidewalk painting program, if we could earmark a small amount to make sure we can do it correctly. So I can get back to council tomorrow.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay.
I think our CAO would like to weigh in on this as well.
Absolument. Merci, Madame la Maire. Thank you. I think that's a great opportunity maybe to involve DMCI, the Downtown Moncton organization, as we see more and more requests for different types of markings. So we'll take that aside and we'll sit down with DMCI to talk about not only are they implementing their lighting approach this year, but perhaps looking at how we could look at other opportunities such as crosswalks.
Super. Merci.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you, Madame Madas. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Butler, for bringing, as a son of a WW2 veteran, I totally endorse, and Brian as well, too, sorry. Totally endorse that. And maybe Veterans Affairs Ottawa would have a template on colors. I mean, I think it's done across the country, but if you have 18 different versions going on of a crosswalk, I don't think that's probably our approach. So great, the DMCI involvement. Thank you, City Manager. But yeah, great idea. How many we paint, again, that's your department, Alexandre, will come back to us, but it's a great idea. It's a short time of year, and we all stop and pause on the 11th, so let's do it around the city in a more complete way. Thank you. Merci, Madame Madas.
Thank you. Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Alexandre, thanks for the presentation. Just one comment on DMCI. Knowing the file on the rainbow crosswalks, TAC has a lot to say on what is applied to roadways. So DMCI has no jurisdiction over a roadway. They could be involved for artist input and business input, but let's make sure we understand that this is not their project. This would be.
I would see our staff probably painting and, getting some feedback from DMCI is quite possible for sure.
Yeah, I just don't want to see DMCI burdened with something like this when
We don't
it's
have the
outside
tooling,
of
the
their
equipment either. And, yeah.
Exactly. Okay,
sure.
so that's good. Thank you. On the Enviro team that is, doing an extremely good job in the BIA, are you overseeing, are you evaluating how well they're doing? Because as I sit here today, there's very minimal calls. We understand that they're doing a great job according to Patrick Richard, who came forward to council. I'm assuming that there's a communication with you and your group on that Enviro team, making sure they have the resources they need as well?
And this will get even more so starting next year, as council may know, or we are going to have them empty the public waste receptacles in the BIA starting in February. So we will not be renewing the contract with the provider. So that will give them a little more funding. They can use their resources, leverage this, and it will help us a lot because we've had complaints before on these cans. And since their teams are on the street all the time, they should be able to address faster any overflowing receptacles. We have also other opportunities we're exploring to be able to give them a little bit more business possibly. Like we've been talking about maybe the short interest and maybe cleaning the public washroom in front of City Hall for an example. I've asked Patrick to, if you wanted to give me a proposal so we can look at it, see if it could fit in the future whenever there's an opportunity to possibly shift that toward them. So we're trying to work with them to see where there are opportunities and some synergies for them to provide services that we currently have contracted out at similar costs, right? So that would help them and help us.
Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that because I know they do a fantastic job at the parking garage. And I've heard that from several city employees how well it's been kept clean, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, I think there's one outlet somewhere in the parking garage that some homeless or street people seem to be accessing that seems to be deteriorating or something, pushing people away from the parking garage. I don't know how true that is. I didn't think it was, but I could be wrong. So at the end of the day, I'm really glad to hear that communication has opened up because that group has done an extremely good job, but it's under your guidance and your leadership as well in communications with them to make sure that they continue. It's like you said, if they're in the area, if they're in the BIA and they're walking by these receptacles, to your comment, there's no reason why they can't be emptied. And then a city staff member can be somewhere else doing something else within the community, right? So I'm glad to hear that. So thank you for that. And that was the only comments I had. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I think you're done, Alexandre.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine, now it's your turn.
Great. Bon après-midi, Madame la Mairesse, membres du Conseil. So I'm going to present to you our service area, which is Sustainable Growth and Development. This service area includes 5 departments: engineering, urban planning and development, environment, economic development, Kodiak Transpo, as well as a special projects director, Sherry Trenum, who is currently focused on the construction of the new policing facility. There's currently a total of 167 permanent employees working within this service area, so that excludes contract employees or students or casual. Our service area is focused on transportation and infrastructure, so sewers, water mains, roads, active transportation, economic development, immigration, as well as zoning, building permits, development permits, climate change adaptation and mitigation, as well as public transit. So building permit values remain high in 2024, another great year for construction. At the end of October, we were at about $245 million in building permit values. So that's very similar to what we saw at this time last year. No doubts related to population growth, which has already been, as you're aware, increasing. So we've been really busy in this service area addressing growth, which brings a lot of exciting opportunities, but also brings on some challenges. Challenges, as you know, dealing with housing, dealing with infrastructure, so really trying to balance recapitalization versus growth projects, and also providing adequate services to the community and the residents of the community. Another pressure that we've been feeling is high inflation rates. As Greg mentioned earlier this morning, I know it was a bit difficult to hear him at the beginning, but he explained how our capital infrastructure program has been somewhat reduced for the upcoming year, 2025, and that's just due to the cost of construction itself. So since 2019, we saw really a double in the cost of construction. So we cannot do as many projects with the same amount of money. But we will be catching up, and we'll have a plan to do that in the next couple of years. It's just very important that Council is aware of those aspects and dynamics. City Council adopted a net zero emissions by 2050 target, so we can't lose sight of that. We have some good environmental projects that I'm going to talk about shortly. Another way to help the environment is also to invest in public transit. So there's also a big focus on public transit in the 2025 budget. It's also a way to reduce the impacts of, the increase in the cost of living, and also providing good quality of life to our residents. Some of the key initiatives and action items for 2025 onwards for our service area. We're going to continue the implementation of the tree protection bylaw that was adopted by Council in 2024. So there's a second phase to that that's going to be implemented with the municipal plan review. We'll be updating the climate change adaptation plan. So the updated plan will be presented to you in 2025. We also, as you're aware, are working on initiating a car share pilot project. That was planned in 2024. We didn't get to actually implement the car share pilot project. However, we did do some consultation within the community as well as a request for interest. So the next phase plan for 2025 is the actual pilot project. The municipal plan and zoning bylaw review has been initiated and will pursue in 2025 onward, a very important project for us in the city. The Vision Lands secondary plan should be presented to Council early in 2025. We'll continue implementing initiatives under the Housing Accelerator Fund, very important initiatives and funding under that program. The Riverfront Master Plan is being completed and should be presented to Council in 2025 as well. Major downtown infrastructure projects, we talked a little bit about that during the capital budget this morning. One major street that is planned for reconstruction in the downtown is Westmoreland. That was part of the IBA funding. So you'll see that construction starting in 2025. Will also be presented to council the visioning exercise that is being completed for St. George. So we are looking at enhancing public spaces, active transportation to be part of this broader reconstruction project for St. George. So we should have the results in early mid-2025 to present to City Council. Continue implementing the traffic calming strategy as well as active transportation plan. We are all becoming very familiar with initiatives under both of these plans, as well as the construction of the new policing facility to be completed, substantially completed in April 2025. And it's going to take a few months for the team to move into that new facility, but should all be settled by August 2025. I want to take a few minutes to talk specifically about Kodiak Transpo because there is, like I mentioned, attention given to Kodiak Transpo in the 2025 budget. There's no doubt significant growth at Kodiak Transpo, 40% increase in ridership in 24 and compared to 2023. And we had seen a 50% increase in ridership 2023 compared to 2022. There's some buses, multiple buses that are aligned to routes are seeing full standing loads. This is new to Kodiak Transpo. It certainly brings on challenges, but as I mentioned earlier, also it's a great opportunity. It's a great time to invest in Kodiak Transpo. Our revenue by the end of October were approximately $460,000 better than what was predicted in the budget. Kodiak Transpo has tried to address some capacity issues in the short term this year by adding trips to the busiest routes. So there were some changes made that could be done with existing resources. There are 4 buses expected this summer, as Angela mentioned. So 2 of these buses will be replacing some older buses because we also are struggling with older buses in our fleet that needs replacement or needs significant repairs. And 2 of the new buses will be used to make some adjustment to improve service within the busiest routes. Traffic patterns can change quickly depending on new developments, new multi-residential projects being constructed. So it always requires quick adaptation and changing some of the things that they've planned. The capital budget, as Greg mentioned earlier, includes 4 new diesel buses in 2025 and 2 battery electric buses for a pilot project. We must take into consideration, however, that buses now take up to 18 months for a diesel bus to arrive once the order is placed, and for an electric bus, it's up to 24 months. So there's a bit of a delay there before getting the actual equipment. We talked about expanding the garage. We need more space for all these buses, as well as the transit growth strategy. The transit growth strategy is currently being completed. We'll have results in 2025, should be presented to council, and that will be a very important plan for Kodiak Transpo. It will look at service improvements, how to address the busiest routes in the most efficient manner, currently as well as with forecasted growth. We received some half funding to hire a project manager for 3 years to help implement this growth strategy, as well as all the other projects that we're looking at with Kodiak. So electrification, the required infrastructure for that, the expansion of the garage. So fortunately, we'll get some assistance to manage these projects. In terms of level 2 and level 3 increases within this service area, talking about Kodiak Transpo, I'll keep on that subject. 2 mechanics are proposed. That's, again, due to the age of our fleet, but also as a result of the growing fleet, the number of buses. And there's going to be a recovery from the other communities on those positions. There's 1 additional service person and 14 new bus operators. So there's 8 for Moncton and 6 for Dieppe. So obviously we would get the recovery from Dieppe for the operators that are associated with their fleet. There are some service extensions included also in the summary in your binder. So new service hours for the Green Line, the Red Line, those are the busiest lines right now. Also some service additions for Saturday and Sunday on the 51. Increased trips to University of Moncton, as well as new service level operating hours for Edinburgh, so that's number 67. There is a car rental for employee transportation at $47,000. That is to bring the bus operators to their shift. There is a cost to that. Also, increase in vehicle maintenance. We needed to adjust the budget, again, partially due to the age of our fleet. Increase in insurance costs for the new buses, as well as some truck rentals for the supervisors. In terms of the other departments within the service area, there is also a request for a junior building inspector within planning and development. This is, again, a result of the growth and the number of building permits, application, and inspections required within that department. There's a 6-month contract extension for the climate action coordinator. This position was filled during Emily's mat leave. Emily is the climate action coordinator. She has now returned to her position, but we would like to keep Aminur on contract for 6 months to finish some of the important projects that he was working on, such as the climate change adaptation plan update. There is also an additional request for the car share program that was mentioned earlier. It's an additional $30,000 in 2025. That's to bring the total funding up to $90,000. Based on the study that was done in 2024, we feel that that's the amount of funding that may be required in order to implement this. That is yet to be confirmed. This is backstop funding. It may be required to this extent or it may not. But for now, that is the ask in order to be able to at least initiate and start the implementation. On that note, my full team are here to answer questions, and I also would like to thank them for a very successful and busy year, and we're looking forward to 2025.
Thank you, Elaine. First up, Councillor Legier.
Well, thank you, Elaine, for the summary. Related to Kodiak Transpo, I think I read where, am I correct in saying that there's 5 buses that are being ordered, 4 that are diesel and 1 that's electric? Did I imagine that, or I've been looking to see where I saw it, but.
Thank you, Councillor Leja. There was one electric already planned for in last year's budget, and then there's another additional electric included in this budget, and there's 4 diesels.
And 4 diesel. Mm-hmm. And so the one that we did last year then will arrive at the end of 2025? Is that what we would expect if it's 24 months?
Unfortunately, it hasn't been ordered yet because it's quite a long process just to develop the request for proposal in order to put in that order. So Angela and her team are working on that RFP. It's a joint RFP with another community, so it's probably close to being finalized is what I understand, yes. So hopefully we will be able to place an order shortly.
So then we would receive 2 buses at the same time?
The order would be for the 2 buses,
the 2
correct.
Buses. And the infrastructure for those 2 buses is part of the RFP, so that when they, or is it separate?
The specifications would be part of the RFP, and it's also an item included in the budget separately.
And so I notice where you're, and it's great, you're adding capacity to shelter another 10 buses or something with your outdoor structure. So with the electric buses, those would probably be inside the building and not outside, I presume?
Yes, correct. The shelter is really a temporary measure to bridge the gap until the facility is expanded. So once the facility is expanded, we hope that construction would start in 2027. Then that would also include the charging infrastructure necessary for the new electric buses.
Okay. And I guess in time, it would be nice to see sort of where we might expect those electric buses to operate and sort of what the future holds in terms of adding more and more of those buses to our fleet. So I think that would be good for the public to know as we move forward.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Lazar. We do have the net zero emissions study that was done for public transit. So that does draw a map for zero emission buses and the transition to that. Now what we want to do is really combine it with the growth strategy, so addressing both growth and net zero emissions fleet. So we will be able to provide an update on that once the growth strategy is also completed.
And my last question is, years ago we talked about smaller buses. And I know there's a challenge with a small bus because of the fact that if your numbers increase and so on. But we have a lot of routes nonetheless, a lot of areas that I don't think we necessarily need to service them with such a large bus. And I'm just wondering if that conversation has died, or whether or not other communities have kind of found a blend that we might be able to, maybe glean some information and some past successes, because it seems that although there are times when the buses are full, there are a lot of times when they're not, and I understand. But anyway, I'm just curious as to where we might be with that conversation.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Lejean. Angela and her team at Kodiak are always looking at those questions, and also it will be part of that growth strategy that we're doing. So how to best service each area with what's the best fit in terms of equipment. So that is something that will be looked at. It is something that we had to put on pause because of the demand right now. So the buses are at capacity. So really we're struggling to adapt to the situation right now. But with that growth plan, it is something that will be identified by the consultant.
All right, thank you very much.
Next up, Deputy Mayor Thériault.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci beaucoup, Elaine. J'ai deux questions pour toi. Under sustainable growth and development, would this not include environmental stewardship?
Oui, merci, conseillère Thériault. Absolutely does. It includes the Environment Department as well as climate change mitigation and adaptation. So the net zero emissions plan that Tim talked about earlier, the car share program, for example, is one initiative being done under that, and many others. I just really at a high level spoke about it today, but it definitely does, yeah.
So I know Councillor Butler and I keep bringing up issues that are, anyway, in my view, environmentally linked, whether it's noise pollution, odor pollution, whatever. Do we have an inventory of the various industrial sites that maybe they've been around for 50 years? I don't know. Do we know where they're located? Do we know how many we have? And what's the plan moving forward to remediate this so that our citizens can live and enjoy peace of mind, good health? So.
Oui, merci, conseillère Thériault. It is information that we would have in regards to zoning and these types, but during the municipal plan review, we do intend to have a close look at zonings and, try to avoid any future conflicts with these types of uses when you're looking at heavy industrial versus residential. So maybe including increased setback distances from each of these zones. So it is something that we're going to be looking at during the municipal plan review. Now, there are some current areas of the city where we talked about doing additional studies on how to remediate existing conditions. We don't, there's not a dollar amount associated to it in next year's budget because the council is still to be, the discussion is still to be had at council. And we haven't had an estimate to do some further studies yet, but it is something that we will be discussing with council in the next month or so.
So remind me again, when does the master plan, when does that come up?
The municipal plan,
Oui.
It has been initiated, so a consultant has been hired.
We have a new committee, right?
Within 18 months is the goal.
So to have it completed or to begin the process?
To have it completed.
Completed, okay, that's great. Merci. Ma deuxième question. So in planning, do we have an in-house architect?
No, we don't have that position in-house, not an architect.
Do we regularly consult with architects? How does this work? Because some of the designs, we're not very creative in our designs, and it's often brought to my attention that we could do much better. So maybe Monsieur Budd could comment on that.
what I can say, José Arterio, on this is that all the projects that we do work with the proponents have an architect on board, and there is a lot of back and forth with our team members and the architect for, the owner. I don't know if you have anything to add on that, Bill?
Yeah, as council recently awarded the municipal plan to a consulting group to do, part of the terms of reference are to update the urban design standards, so that when you talk about architecture, how buildings, built form, design, all of that is going to be reviewed, how buildings look on a streetscape. So that'll be part of the work the municipal plan review committee will do, and the consultants will engage the public and be looking to update those standards for buildings.
But how important is it to have an in-house architect?
We would work with urban design. We would work more closely with urban designers. We deal with architects when they submit building permits, applications.
But you're dealing with the architects of the developers.
Yeah.
But it's not
Yeah.
our.
Architects would have to design buildings to meet urban design standards. You can regulate urban design. So it's really, it's a whole area in the municipal plan and zoning bylaw that we'll spend more time with council on through the plan review.
Do most cities have an in-house architect?
Most cities would have, like if you have heritage conservation, you would have possibly an urban design staff person working in heritage and in urban design. So you mostly would have an urban design person, and they often have an architecture background.
Ah, that's good. Merci, merci.
Next up, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to just compliment Kodiak Transit for what they do. They're one of the best problem solvers in the city. I sit on the board and I know what they go through with the staff they have, and the older buses, they work miracles at times. So thank you for all the work that you do up there. Elaine, I wouldn't be doing my ward justice if I didn't bring it up. We talk about substantial growth and also quality of life. I was at a meeting with that Transaqua had spoken to about on Mountain Road and went to hotels. They had a neighborhood meeting there, and they had said at the time of that meeting that with the growth that we're having, that they might have to double or triple the size of their operations in the north end of the city. When people heard about the double or triple the size, I got a lot of calls. Now I know that with you, and I do appreciate all the times you take my phone calls, because I do call a lot regards to this, and you're always available. We were late getting the numbers coming in from the consultant regards to how much it was going to cost. But I think that we had a motion that passed unanimous from council. And with that, and now that we get the numbers, I think that I would like to know your views, because you have the file, or you have been working on the file quite a bit. Now, hopefully that you maintain the file, because it's very easy to get a hold of you and so transparent. So now that we have the numbers from the consultant, and we know about with growth, there's going to be increase, so, like I said, instead of one outhouse, there's going to be about 3 or 4 of them up there. So, there'll be more smell. So, what I'm asking is that there's nothing in the budget, but do we have a plan going forward, or should I be asking that we put a motion forward to have this plan done as soon as possible? I would have thought that motion would have covered that, but what is your views on this?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Butler, for that question. As you're aware, there was a report commission. It's CBCL doing the report jointly for Transaqua and the city to look at the two options that council requested. So that was either looking at moving the facility or conducting indoor composting. So we've just received a draft of that report about a week and a half ago. So the next steps would be that report be finalized and presented to council at probably an upcoming public session in December. And then city council can have the discussion on the recommendations of the report, what's included, and we'll have the consultant present to also answer these questions that you're mentioning, if it includes expansion or other considerations in that report.
Well, would you, before it comes to council, we have staff here that are experts also. So would they be asking the consultant questions regards to this to find out, like, I looked at the numbers, it's only a draft, so I don't want to speak about the numbers, but it seems like they were high, and is there some way that you and your staff will be sitting down talking to the consultant and also talking to Transaqua with regards to this before it comes to council? Because the numbers were quite high.
Yes, absolutely. Like anytime we receive consultants' report, we review. We have some different members of our team from various disciplines review as well, and we will go back and forth with the consultant or with Transaqua in this case to ask her questions.
So I'll leave it in your capable hands because, like I said, I've had a very, very good working relationship with your office and you especially, and I thank you for that. And the residents of Ward 3, they thank you also. I think, though, is that we have to make this a priority going forward for substantial growth and also quality of life in that area. So I'll leave that with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Elaine, thanks for the presentation and the brief summary. It was well covered. I want to thank you for the presentation, as well as Bill Budd and our CAO and city staff that made at the Crosman Centre with regards to Tomb Street and the industrial activity along Tomb Street. I know I mentioned it earlier on the infrastructure, but I'm going to piggyback on Councillor Butler and Deputy Mayor Terrio's comments with regards to industrial parks. Tomb Street in particular is a challenged area, as you know. A lot of environmental impact happens on the community around Tomb Street, around the brook, around the other side of the community as well, just by activities on Tomb Street. And what you've done and what you've tried to do as far as, the city goes has been outstanding, because we've tried to hold people accountable and we try to continue to push the envelope. But we all understand at the end of the day that the province of New Brunswick plays a key role in protecting the environment also, right? They have rules and regulations that these companies have to follow. And the noise, as far as the noise and the pollution goes regards to Tomb Street, it may be excessive, and I agree with that, but it doesn't mean that it meets the provincial standards as well on what they, how they judge and how they issue permits, work permits or operational permits. So what you've had to do and the way that you've had to move around all that has been truly, in my eyes, very impressive. I just don't want us to lose focus now that we have a new government in. Now is the opportunity to get the Premier, to get the Cabinet here, Moncton South Cabinet, get everybody involved in that and sit down at the table again and start those conversations, because we have to start them again after an election, because the Liberal government wasn't there, right? They were isolated from the conversations. They didn't attend the meetings. So it's great to see now that they're involved. And I know I've spoken to the Moncton MLA just a week and a half ago, and he's already brought it to the to the Minister of Public Safety's attention, and he wants to schedule some sort of appointment or meeting with council to have a bigger discussion on exactly the way forward. So to you, I thank you for that and everything you've done. You mentioned, I'll focus on Kodiak Transpo, just that. My only question is on Kodiak Transpo. You had mentioned something about a plan going forward, or some sort of possible future plan for Kodiak Transpo as far as ridership. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Crossman. It is the growth strategy that I referenced to. So it's been initiated and it will be completed by June next year. August next year.
Okay.
And that will look at, how to most efficiently handle the, current loads that we're seeing, as well as the anticipated growth also, in the future. So it is a growth plan to how to best service the community.
So in that plan, do you happen to know, or is the city of Moncton looking at doing hubs, transit hubs, like they do similar to, I'll use Halifax as an example. I know it's a bad example because there are 500,000 people, their ridership is through the roof. They drive to get on the bus and then go into work. Have we looked at that as far as what's going to be in the plan?
I don't think it's out of scope. If the consultant feels it's something that should be looked at, they will probably, recommend that as next step. I don't know if, Angela, you have further update on that, or? No.
I'm just thinking the Coliseum parking lot is an example. I know the Coliseum's looking at getting refurbished and all that fun stuff, but there's a huge parking lot serving the north end of Moncton that people could actually transit to, get on a bus, and then go anywhere within the city quickly, right? And that would drive ridership up. U to M, University of Moncton, the same deal, right? You'd have to have some sort of parking agreement in place that would service the hospitals and things along this line, as well as downtown, right? So, I mean, the possibilities, I didn't know if it was in the plan or not. It's just when I travel across Canada and the US, I see a lot of these hubs where people drive in. Now, the population isn't, 90,000 like it is for the city of Moncton in these cities, but I just didn't know if it was in the plan or not.
I think, Councillor Crossman, you may be referring to like parking rides, and we have one in the Mountain Road area that we've just, there's space for that, and I think it's in the capital budget for paving the rest of that in the next year. So that is one location that we have in terms of park and ride, but yes, we will be, looking at other locations as well.
That would be the one by the zoo, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's the one I was thinking of. And I was kind of trying to figure out if we should duplicate that throughout the city to encourage ridership, but not only people to drive and park and get on a bus, but within the community to gather at one location, get on bus, and away you go quicker, so.
Yes, there's definitely opportunity to further look into that, especially when we're starting to talk about a regional transportation plan as well. So from people from the outside coming into the community. So yes, it is something that we will further look into.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Terrific. I think that concludes the questions for your area. Thank you, Elaine. At this point, I'd ask if we might take a 5-minute health break. We have to get somebody online, if that's okay. All right, terrific. Meet you all back here at 2:33. Welcome back, everyone. Hello. The recess is over. All right. We are moving on now, Council, to community, what do we call you? Community services? Welcome, Isabel.
Merci. Bon après-midi, membres du Conseil. Je suis particulièrement contente de vous présenter les services communautaires cet après-midi. So, as most of you know, we are responsible for a variety of sectors, from recreation to culture and heritage to venues and events, Magnetic Hill Park and Zoo, and of course, social inclusion. And really, we exist to enhance the quality of life for our residents and, of course, our visitors. A few of the goals that we have set in our service area are to provide community-based initiatives and activities that promote the vibrancy of our arts and culture sector. We want to make sure that we remain as Canada's largest or leading zoo through our Magnetic Hill Zoo, where we focus on education, animal welfare, and of course conservation. We want to facilitate the delivery of community-based recreation programs to ensure that our residents have a full access of activities, experiences, initiatives that they can enjoy. We want to produce and present community events and celebration that are free, open, and accessible to the public. That is something that we've been saying for years and years. We want to continue to be able to attract and host large-scale events that generate significant economic activity for the city. And we want to make sure that the Coliseum remains an economic generator for the city. It's had tremendous success over the past few years as we've transitioned it into a trade show facility, and we want to continue along that line. And of course, last but certainly not least, we want to improve the quality of life of our most vulnerable population. In our service levels, I'm happy to see that we've attained most of them, or actually all of them except 3, and the 3 that we did not attain, we are very, very close, and certainly we feel that we can reach them over the next year. As far as changes in FTEs, early in 2024, we converted 7 casual positions at Magnetic Hill Zoo into full-time positions to improve operations. We also spoke a little earlier about very recently adding a new development officer position for seniors and youth. So that was done earlier, well, just a few weeks ago. And when Jocelyn Canhoun had been promoted to GM of Community Services early in 2024, Monica Tucker was asked to step in as Manager of Recreation. So we only have 1 position added. That was in 2024, and that will continue on. As far as changes, level 2s and level 3s, we've talked about one of them. One is, of course, the position. We also have a couple of things at the zoo. So we have an added amount of $10,000 for fresh produce and vegetables for the animals. We had an agreement with a local retailer that does no longer exist, and so we've had to supplement that amount of money. We also have an additional amount for professional veterinary services. This is to meet CASA and AZA accreditation. This is specifically for exotic animals, so they require specialized care, and so we have added veterinary specialists coming in. And of course, we have the seniors programming that we've discussed earlier, and I believe there's a motion on the floor at the moment. As far as 2025, what's up in our neck of the woods, certainly seniors and youth are going to be a focus. We've talked about that significantly. We are going to continue to implement our recreation master plan. The Magnetic Hill Zoo will see a large construction project. We are going to have a special exhibit for Gérard Leblanc. It's the 20th anniversary of his passing. And so Marc Chamberlain at Resurgo Place is going to put together a very special exhibit that'll be very, very interesting to the community. The Coliseum, again, very successful with trade shows and exhibits, and we're going to be maximizing that to its full potential. And two more things. We're going to be working hard on implementing and continuing to implement our social inclusion plan. And finally, in March, I believe we will have some hopefully positive news as to the joint bid to host the 2029 Canada Games in the summer. That's about it for me. That wraps it up. Si vous avez des questions.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Worship. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for taking over, and also for Monica for all the work she's done while we're in that transition period. Great job, great job. The other thing I was going to say is that also we didn't, we're going to, I'm great to hear that we're going to follow the recreational master plan instead of putting it on a shelf someplace that we're looking at it, and there's some in the budget about that. I think it's, what is it, 500,000 this year, and we're looking at maybe, Jacques, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, 5 million next year, and that's for aquatic, correct?
Correct.
The other thing is that you didn't mention, but your staff done a great job on, was Boar Park, and to help December 13th this year will be the 50th year memorial service for the two police officers, Corporal Aurel Bourgeois and Michael Larry, who lost their lives in 1974. December 13th was on a Friday 50 years ago, and it's going to be a Friday this year. Dan Hicks and his crew done a fantastic job with the bricklaying and the engraving on the monument. And also your staff helped quite a bit with trying to get it set up with the tents and the chairs. So sometimes we forget to thank the staff that they're, you call them, they're right on, so which is really good. So with that, I just thank you to all that were involved with that. And as we get closer, I know your communication staff is also, your former communication staff is going to also be helping with getting the word out for December 13th. So again, thank you very much for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Worship. Isabel, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for highlighting the Seniors and Youth Coordinator again program. Nice to know that we're going to put some focus on that in 2025, no question. I have two things for you. One, it's great to see the reinvestment in the zoo. Quite honestly, I know that there's been some changes there. Animal well-being is coming into play more and more. Awareness, public awareness, people coming through the gates, making sure they understand, how the animals are being protected and how they're protecting them from the animals. So it's really good to see that happening. My other question is on the Coliseum, and you mentioned it. Great trade show area, fantastic. I've been to many across the country in the U.S. Trade shows. My question comes down to the ice surface. So are we using the ice surface for trade shows, whereas we may have an empty trade show area? Or are we taking full advantage and saying to the trade show, hey, you know what, this ice is booked for minor hockey or community hockey or a community event. You have to go to the trade show, which could be empty or may not be empty. How are we assessing that?
So I have an answer, but you may as well hear it from the person directly.
Oh, okay, great.
I'll ask Shane to step
My
up.
apologies then.
No. Gotta let the expert.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship, Councillor. Yes, the way we book the Coliseum, we always try and get to get the trade shows on the exhibition side first.
Okay.
But we do have a number, as you know, of a number of full complex shows. So there are some that actually require the ice surface and all of that area on the ice surface side. And that's big business, big revenue for the community. We don't like to displace minor hockey. We try everything we can not to, but there are certain shows where we just absolutely have to.
Okay, because I noticed on the weekend when I was into Turner's Christmas at the Coliseum, it was great to see people that were actually, I think it was Saturday, the parade was canceled, so I think everybody in Moncton went to Turner's.
Their numbers were up this year
Yeah,
significantly.
I mean, when you walked in the door, you were lined up all the way to the mezzanine, basically, to get in. So it was nice to hear people talk in the line about how it was nice to see young youth on the ice, using the ice that they were overseeing, and then they were going to a trade show, which didn't need the full capacity of the building.
Right, and we do that often.
And you do that often?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That was one of my concerns. I'm really concerned about our increase in youth hockey or in sports to keep them off the street. I want to make sure that they still have access to that building as well.
No, and the other nice thing is last summer, we were closed for 2.5 months to put in a new ice plant. So thank you to council, thank you on that repurposing plan, and those dollars were going into making sure that we still have ice in that facility for the next 40 years.
Okay, and since you're at the mic, what are we going to do with the Stad, Blue Cross Stad? Did we get the flooring in that council approved?
We do have our first shipment on its way. We will finish receiving all of that material probably in the first quarter of next year, and we're in many conversations right now about who will be the first to perform on that floor.
That's great, because I've seen what happened in Dieppe. Dieppe announced it quickly, and tickets were selling, and people were lining up to get in. So I want to make sure we get a fair share of that business. There's no question.
We are working hard.
Good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Legier.
Yeah, thanks, Isabelle. Thanks, Shane, and others. A couple things. The first is great to see the investment in the zoo. I know that a lot of during the budget presentation is based on the accreditation and a lot of things that we're doing, and I thank Jill and staff for. I think many councillors have visited the zoo and just the opportunity. There's a lot that goes on there, and. Again, sort of coming down to our priorities in the city, and I think it's time where we start to look at, what complement of employees you need for each department and how we're going to position that. But in light of everything that we have planned now for the accreditation, or all the things that we're going to do at the zoo, is it enough, or what will be required to ensure the accreditation? So I know we're doing the Lemur project. That's a large, $4 million. After all this is said and done, what is expected next year, if I can ask? Because I think that's really important, as the zoo is such a draw. And so, someone.
Yeah, so there's no doubt that the zoo was looking at getting a lot of investment, and we're happy to see that council is also supporting that. There are a number of projects, and Jill can certainly come up and speak to some of them, that are lined up for the next couple of years. Accreditation is set for 2027, and so there's a long list of things that we want to accomplish. Some are easier done than others, and so I'm on day 6 or 7, so I'm certainly going to be sitting down with Jill. We've started conversations already to see what's coming up for 26, 27. There are some items that are listed in the budget here, but we'll be looking at that, and probably we'll be looking at updating council regularly as to what the status is, so that we can get that accreditation back in, maintaining accreditation in 2027.
And I think what would be nice when the zoo receives its accreditation again, that there be maybe a more robust long-term plan with managing that asset. Because there have been a lot of really good additions, even when Bruce was there. But over the years, there were other priorities. And meanwhile, these are animals that, require care every day and so on. And I think they do remarkable work at the zoo. And we could probably the education component of that is amazing, and just the things that they do. I mean, as simple as how they deal with the animals when they need to, have a veterinarian there to take a look at their health and so on. So it's a whole bunch of different things. So I think that would be useful with respect to having the right complement. Coming back to something that was said earlier, I mean, the city's growing, we look at events. So how do we know what the right staff complement is for all the things that we're delivering? Because more and more I see it, even with our events that we have outside, all of the resources from staff that are required to do these. I mean, even the upcoming, probably going to have some of the Santa floats that unfortunately were part of the Santa Claus parade that was canceled in the Coliseum parking lot. Sounds like a really great initiative, and it really is, but I'm sure that it adds another level on already busy staff. So, and I'm prefacing that because I saw some of the things that didn't make the budget, and I think we need to chat about that so that we don't burn staff out. And hopefully we can find some way to, in the short term and then in long term.
Yes, certainly. I've been there a short time, but certainly I can't help but notice the amount of professionalism and dedication that all of the staff in the service area have. If we're specifically looking at a few sectors, we can you mentioned festivals and events happening out. There's no doubt that we're welcoming and want to welcome more and more festivals and celebrations and events. And usually we'll tap on the same people to help us out and to do a little bit extra. So certainly we're always open to discussing. We have a few ideas that we would also like to share. But like anything else, it is difficult. You can't ask people to work 24/7, 7 days a week. Not to say that that's what's happening all the time, but we need to look at what we have, what we can host, and where we might have gaps, and then certainly have a plan, bring a plan forward to you and start some conversations.
Okay, and again, big thank you to staff. You do a lot of work and a lot of things that happen that, we're not aware of, but that it's really well appreciated by residents that are out there. So, thanks.
Well, Deputy Mayor Thériault.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Merci beaucoup, Isabelle. Félicitations.
Merci.
Donc, j'ai deux questions. My first question is, I mentioned earlier culture in the zoo. I didn't think that would fit in well, but zoo and art could really fit in. And I remember a few years ago, we worked with Le Consul de France, and we had a beautiful show that was organized, outdoor photography. So are there things like that happening, and can we connect the two?
Je pense qu'il y a énormément d'occasions d'améliorer tout ce qui est autour du zoo, tout ce qui se retrouve à l'intérieur du parc. And I think there are opportunities. We need to sit down and see what those possibilities and partnerships might be, but I think there's definitely some interesting, unique activities that could marry both culture and the zoo. Some would argue that the zoo is a museum, a live museum with the animals in and out. So we can certainly make things happen. Public art or public installations are more common now than probably before, and there are neat things that we can do that will also benefit the zoo to draw people there, and will benefit the cultural sector to be able to expand on what we're offering as far as either pieces or exhibits or installations.
And there's an educational component to that as well. So it's just finding the partners, some people are probably doing this already. Ma deuxième question, c'est pour Shane. Donc, Shane, a question about the hill, and have we abandoned the hill, or is there anything planned for the future?
We are certainly in discussions on potentials for the hill. Not so much 2025, but 2026 right now. There's a lot of conversation. The hill hasn't been abandoned, but since COVID, touring has definitely changed, which is why I've said here at the mic before that the stadium is going to be really important, because we have the luxury of attracting in two venues, not just one. And right now, the concentration seems to be the stadium, because you can maximize the sale of tickets because there's existing seats. And that's the way touring seems to be going. But there are some acts out there still, believe it or not, that are so large scale that the hill will definitely be something we use in the future. So definitely not abandoned. Certainly part of our conversations all the time. But fortunately for us, we do have that stadium facility as well. So they're both equally important in my view.
We've often mentioned Glastonbury as a model that could be used here in our area. So could we partner with Dieppe, for example, who's having great success with country music, and we youth are really into country music. So how could we create some sort of an event that would last more than just Dieppe? And
I think it would be difficult to partner with our neighboring community. I think
Well,
they like
yes.
what they have going, but we certainly, our goal has been for a long time to find a promoter who wants to do a major festival in Moncton. That is certainly being discussed all the time, but it's significant dollars to start something like that. So, we don't want to say no to the Touring Act possibility at the same time. We need to explore all of those options equally. So that's what we're doing.
it could be surprising because sometimes we could have win-win for Dieppe and win-win for Moncton. So it's just a matter of thinking outside the box on this. So
Right.
bonne chance.
Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you at this time.
Perfect, merci.
Merci beaucoup. So at this time, I think we will skip through to utility operating budget. Yes? You just need to turn on the microphone. There you go.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you very much. So now on the utility that covers our water and wastewater departments. As council knows, we've had a really high focus on the watershed the past few years. So Nicole Taylor, with her small team of 2 people, have been at it just about every day since they regathered after the departure of Heather, and they've worked there in many different ways. So Nicole has been focused a lot on the projects for the blue-green algae and the water treatment plant, but even Justin and Todd, they've been out there and cleaning up and improving things, so it's been really good to see. So there's a lot more to come on the watershed, and I think council is aware that there's a lot of work to do there for the blue-green algae, the improvement of the plants, and some other things along this line. On the water distribution side, the team has been doing very well. Right now, they're turning the focus to increasing compliance with what they call FOG, fat, oil, and grease, and the private hydrants. So that's very positive. On the service levels, there were a few that were missed, but by not much. When you look at an hour to respond, and it took an hour something, or 2 hours, so it might need to be tweaked going forward, but they've been very diligent at responding as quickly as they could, and some things, sometimes they're out of their control, like very difficult to get locates done, like now, like this, all the agencies, could be Bell, Rogers, NB Power, they're all so busy, sometimes when we need a locate done, it takes a little bit more time than it used to, so that can be affecting them as well. Some of our high-level changes there we're asking council for in 2025. So there is a number of small things in the watershed that are, not very big, but they help to just tidy up a few things around fencing and some other things. There was also an impact from the Veolia contract renewal, as council is aware. We brought this earlier, I think, this year for council. And there's also some rate impacts that, if council has any question, I think Melanie and Jacques are in a much better position to answer than me, but the reserve going forward to stabilize the rate and some of the surplus, there's all kind of different things that are happening there, the way that the utility fund works. The last thing I wanted to mention is the lagoons. This is a very interesting process. So there's a couple of lagoons at the treatment plant where they settle some of the solids or the slurries that are coming out of the process. And typically they will just settle and then they get kind of a solid and they can dispose of that easily. But we've had a challenge over the past few years where one lagoon is not settling correctly. So we're asking council to give us some funds to do a better study with experts to understand why, what can we do to deal with this, because it's very difficult to deal with a liquid slurry. Like, so many people that take it in Eastern Canada, really. And we have to really understand how we can deal with this. So that's one component we were asking, I think maybe $150,000 or something like that. Yeah. So I think that's the highlights. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Alexandre, thanks for the presentation. My question is on, I guess, Viola, more specifically on the watershed. In June, out in Calgary, they had a major water break. And at that time, they couldn't find the location because it was basically uncharted. They didn't know where the pipes were. They didn't know the flow of the water, all this. So, and I think they struggled to the end of summer to really, and I think they're even struggling today to get back to capacity. So what is Viola doing to protect the residents of the tri-community on the I don't know if you call them feed lines or service lines that would come in, and where do they cross across the Pettit-Kodiak River, because this stuff isn't going in the air?
Thank you for the question. So actually, just to clarify the responsibilities, Veolia is responsible to operate the water treatment plant only. So it's a very limited scope of work. There's a lot going on in there, but it's...
Oh, yeah, they do a great job.
The footprint is very confined to this.
Yeah.
Everything that's watershed, so everything prior to this, it's Nicole is our small group. Anything after the plant is more like Corey and the water distribution team typically. Like there's some crossover, like Nicole has expertise in some things and Corey too, so they help each other. Now, when we talk about the transmission lines, which are coming from the water treatment plant right into our city and also to serve our tri-community, these pipes are often constructed, they're pre-stressed concrete pipes. So it's similar pipe to what Calgary has, Montreal, St. John, Halifax. Now, Moncton has smaller diameter pipes of that construction. So the city, a few years ago, had done an inspection of a large portion of these pipes through an expert, Pure Technologies, using some special technologies to look at the condition of these pipes. So we have a report on this, and it was, I don't know, almost 99% like in very good shape right now. So our pipes date from the 60s, 70s maybe, Nicole? Yeah. So it's getting there. We want to keep a close eye on this, and we're in discussion with Pure eventually to, and that's, I think is Xylem bought them, so it's Xylem now, but Pure is still within Xylem, to see what we're going to do in the next 5 to 10 years for the city, maybe run another inspection of our network. There was one area that we want to have a closer look at next year, which was very close to the treatment plant where the sump pipes showed some anomalies, and we just want to explore this further. But otherwise, Moncton is fortunate that we have a twin line coming from the water treatment plant, right? So Calgary, I believe, it was a single line that broke, so they were, it's a very big pipe, so it's probably a very good reason for it, but if we had one pipe that would go down, we have another one, so we have some redundancy that makes us feel quite comfortable, but we're not being complacent. We're continuing to look closely at what's the best way going forward to keep a good eye, close eye on the condition of these pipes.
Okay. And I know I was out, Nicole had invited some councillors out to see the watershed. I've seen the watershed. I've seen the growth of the watershed from being on council. I believe it was 2012 to 16 when the trees came down and we expanded and put in the new culvert, the new bridge and things like that, right? And to see what it is today is truly amazing. But that shows you that Viola had that and staff had that forward process that, okay, yeah, we're going to grow. Our city's going to grow. This is a valuable resource. You know, to quote former Mayor Brian Murphy, it's, you know, the best water in Canada that every time I seem to talk to him, that's all he talks about. And you know, the outcome, and that's because of the possibility that staff worked so hard to make sure that Viola was the right candidate and the right process was put into place. It's interesting to see how Viola does this, and then we turn around, and I know this isn't your realm, we look at Transaqua and what's happening there, right? And you know, with our growth, I mean, both of these companies are growing. And same thing with the Regional Service Commission. You know, Eco 360 continues to grow, but they figured out a way to grow with the population and still service the population. Whereas we have one identity that just doesn't seem to want to communicate and even talk about this with council. So to me, congratulations on this department. To keep the water flowing, there's no question. I know Nicole wants to take me out and show me there's another tower there somewhere that I've got to climb in apparently or something. Not looking forward to that. Feeling a little sick that day already, but anyway, you know, my concern was the water flow and to make sure that, you know, it does get across the Pettit-Kodiak River, because at the end of the day, that thing is buried, and if anything was to happen, it would be dramatic for you know, the residents among them. But I'm glad to hear the system is performing to what you feel is, you know, 99% standard, and those pipes need to be looked at. So
Yeah, thank you.
it's good to hear. So thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Richard.
Thank you, Mayor Arnold. Alexandre, page 407, we're talking again about some targets that we were trying to meet. 26 minor service leaks during the period, 23% completed within 7 days. Average time was 11.2 days. Is there something missing? Do we need more resources?
That's the one I was saying about the locates. I don't want to blame NB Power only, but
I just worked there.
everybody has been very busy on the locates. I remember the water team told me like they were out on an emergency leak and they were waiting for locates from, I don't know which agency, but everybody in the same boat, and they were frustrated because they looked like they weren't working, but they did not have the locate. So there's unfortunately not much I believe we can do. I talked to Corey about this, and they're doing their best, and they're out there often before the locate is, they're just ready to go. I don't know how we can help other agencies to staff up for locates. We do locates all the time. I see them coming through. You know how it is. Like, it's a big challenge, I think, right now in the market to get locates done quickly.
Yeah, and the paragraph below that mentions, you know, other third parties coming in for those locates and stuff. I was just wondering if there was anything else on our side that.
NB Power, maybe. Talk to them.
I'll give you the phone number.
Good year.
I know it by heart. I'll see.
I don't see any other questions on the utility operating budget. Thank you, Alexandre. Jacques, are you prepared to do reserves? The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Your Worship, members of council. So we'll go quickly through the reserves. So if we go to page 421, so we'll go to our general fund reserves. And in here again, on this page, nothing really to mention that is too important. This is a reserve, for example, where we would put things into reserve if they can't be completed, and we would pull them out or so on. The only one I would mention on this one, well, I'll go through it just quickly. So the SPCA deferred grant, so I think there we have 375. That was put aside many years ago for a building expansion. That 75K is part of a request to finalize the contract that will generate some significant savings for us. So I think that contract is in basically dotting the I's, crossing the T's right now. And the other one I'll mention on this page is just for budgeting purposes, and it doesn't impact anything, is we assume that the council contingency every year gets budgeted, gets used. It's just for budgeting purposes. If it doesn't get used, the funds remain there and we can carry over to the next year. If we go to the next page, on page 422, this would be our capital reserve. Our capital reserve, as you can see, has a current balance of 98,000, but we would be drawing 98 million. We'd be drawing close to 31 million in 2025. The biggest part of that is, again, approved last year in the interest mitigation strategies. We are not bonding some 2023 projects and some 2024 projects. So once those projects are complete, we basically fund them through the reserve because we didn't go out for authority, because we are bonding the entire police station to manage our debt. So we had gone through that last year. The other ones as well that you can see either with deposits or draws. So again, fleet, as part of the normal deposits, we put 3.2 million in, but this year we're drawing 7.449 million. The reason with fleet that it doesn't necessarily match year over year is we actually assess each vehicle individually based on the kilometrage, based on is it in good condition or not, and we always have the funding, but we will not replace until it is warranted. The other things in here as well, you can see some withdrawals of Kodiak Transpo. That would be to funding for a bus. The other ones in here as well, development charges, there's no withdrawals yet. Life cycle, this is one that we talked about throughout the budget, the second last line. So this year, we're putting 2.6 million. This would be for our facilities built after 2006. And this year, as part of funding towards the capital budget, we will be withdrawing 2.3 million of that. So again, life cycle reserve is really good to keep maintaining so they don't, they stay in great conditions. And the life cycle for the downtown center, that one, the deposit is based on the schedule, it's contractual. And then this year, we are drawing 519 to pay. Oh, sorry, the 907, there's an amount that we have to put aside for 20 years. We're depositing it evenly. The draw that comes from SMG or ASM Global is based on a schedule that's contracted. If we go to the next page, the utility fund reserves, on this one, our reserves in the utility fund are not as big as they were. The first one, the stabilization, the meter replacement program. So we may get I was thinking we were potentially going to get a question around that rate stabilization reserve. For this year, we're keeping the increase at 1% for the utility fund for the residential properties. If we, because of upcoming major capital projects in the utility fund, blue-green algae, there's redundancy at the water, at the reservoirs and things like that. There are major projects coming. When we map it out, the 5 to 10 year plan of the rates, if we don't put money aside now, users starting in 28, 29 could be seeing 7, 8, 9% increases year over year. So what we're trying to do is build a strategy where the increase is year over year within that, close to that 2%. There's no sticker shock for any of our residents. And that is pretty much it for our reserves. I will open it up to questions if there are any.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jacques, back on page, was that 421, I believe it is. It has, you have the SPCA deferred grant. Should we not change that because the SPCA, it's now paused, right?
Yes,
It's not, there's no such thing as the SPCA. So I don't know, do we have a contractual agreement with, or we did have one with the SPCA? Wasn't it an emotion to put that money in there for a new building?
So thank you, Your Worship, to members of council. So in the past, and this was when I started at the city, there was a project where SPCA at the time was going to do a building expansion.
Yep.
But I think that they reviewed their needs and that was no longer required. We had put this funding aside in the event that they would require it. In terms of your question around, do we have a contract with PAWS? We never had a contract with SPCA. We always had kind of that agreement.
Yeah.
But now we're actually in the final stages, and we probably will be able to bring one in the next month, maybe 2 months. Everything is pretty much complete. We've negotiated a good deal with PAWS. And we will save money in comparison to what we paid in this fiscal year. So,
The only thing we should do is just change that from
yes,
the SPCA
absolutely.
to PAWS.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jacques, thanks for the overview again. So I guess I'll go back to my original question from this morning, I guess it was, with regards to the RCMP salary increase going into a reserve. Can you tell me which reserve that went into at this point? Because I'm assuming
Yes.
that's been spent.
So if we go on page 422.
Yep.
The third item, okay?
RCMP rent
Surplus.
cap, or surplus, yeah?
Yeah, the surplus. So that one, so this is where whenever the RCMP was generating a surplus, we would put that reserve in. And then and as you can see, this year, because the RCMP generated a deficit in 2 years ago, we are covering that deficit with the prior year surplus. So that's why we're pulling almost 2.9 million this year. So remaining in that balance for that surplus is 1.1 million.
Okay, now, my next question is going to seem very uneducated. I'm going to make the comment anyway. If the RCMP has a surplus and we have a shortfall or a deficit, that surplus that we're collecting, the City of Moncton is collecting, Dieppe and Riverview do not pay into the into the shortfall? It comes out of our surplus? Is that the way I
Yeah.
understand this?
So the way that it works with the CRPA is we have to think about is whenever we talk about a surplus of CRPA, and what we're seeing here, whether it be like this year we're pulling to 2.9 and we have $1 million left, that is always the 71% of the surplus. So we would not pull the entire surplus of the CRPA, or we would not pay for the entire prior year deficit for the CRPA. We're always discussing that 71. Dieppe has actually, they're doing exactly the same process as us now, and I believe Riverview is starting to do that as well, because it protects us, because this year we may have a surplus, next year we may have a deficit, right? So this year, if, for example, if we would have taken advantage in prior years of that RCMP surplus, this year we would have had to make up $3 million more to pay the CRPA contract, right? Because they had a deficit 2 years ago.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're sharing the deficit amongst
Yes,
the
absolutely. The deficit
tri-community.
and the surplus.
Okay, perfect. And the rent cap, or the capital reserve.
Yes.
That you have there, you've got 13 million coming out, that's going to be the draw.
Yes.
So Councillor Butler asked about a final cost on the building, which we don't know yet, or we have a pretty good ballpark.
Yep.
So looking at this, it's telling me that our rent that Moncton's going to pay is going to go up to be in that building, as well as, and this is where you'll have to explain it to me.
Yes.
The mortgage on the property is carried by who? And payments are made by who?
Yep. So I'll try to summarize this, and it's something we had come to council with during the budget last year, but it's really good that we keep reiterating. So we had put monies aside in this reserve, the RCMP rent capital reserve, to start building our budget room so that next year, when we start paying on the new police facility, which the annual extra cost, including debt or so on, is going to be close to $6 million, and we absorb 70% of that, that there would be no impact to the taxpayers, because over the past 6-7 years, we've been putting money aside, increasing it every year to build our budget room.
Okay.
That this, if we had built the police station on our own, the City of Moncton, what we would have done is we would have turned around and we would have taken that $25 million and we would have applied it directly on the mortgage right away. For the police building, because we are in a shared agreement with Dieppe and Riverview, it was and they have to reimburse us for all the costs, like their portion of all the costs. It would have complicated things if we would have applied a portion to a mortgage, but Dieppe and Riverview would have benefited from less interest. So what council approved last year is we're going to bond the entire police facility, the City of Moncton, okay? But what we're using this rent capital reserve for is to pay for all of our other capital projects in 2023 and 2024, up to 24 million, okay? So we're getting our benefits because we're not bonding all the other capital projects, but then after that, we can flow through the entire cost of the police facility to the 3 communities based on our percentages.
Okay.
Right? So what in the end, the impact is the same. We're bonding $25 million less. The only thing is, because of our agreement with the 2 other communities, we're applying this credit not to the police building, we're applying it to all of our other projects. So in the end, it's the same outcome for the city, just it simplifies the agreement we had with the 2 other communities. And in the end, this $25 million, once the projects for 2023 and 2024 will all be completed, this reserve will be at zero.
Right.
And that's why also when Melanie went to the debt information a while ago, that's why we don't see this major spike in our debt because of the police facility, is because of this 25 million is applied to our other capital projects.
Right, because back on page 219, we see an increase in our debt ratio, right? And I'm assuming that this is connected. So 2025, 9.8, right? And then we jumped to 10.3, and then we jumped to 10.2, sorry. So that's associated with what we're talking about right here and the cost to cover that RCMP building. Would that be correct?
That's right, but if we had not put this rent capital reserve aside, this ratio would be a lot worse.
Right, and I get that. And I'm
Yeah.
sure, and I appreciate that response.
Yeah.
So when we were looking at this and council was going through the process, at what point did we discuss a rent increase for the building? Like, I'm talking the city of Moncton paying rent for a space in the building. You know how we have to pay rent, right? We have to pay building rent.
Yeah, so the way that it kind of works, and we're talking about the new police facility.
Yes, the new,
right?
yeah, because the old one, we,
That's right.
yeah.
So the way it works with the new police facility is the city of Moncton and in the agreement with the two municipalities. So what we do, and it's us, we account for the fiscal costs, the building maintenance costs, the life cycle reserve costs, the cost of janitorial, the cost of security, all of the cost of the building itself, okay? We account for everything. And the interest payments, the payments on principal or so on. And then after that, we account for all of those costs. We send it over to the CRPA, okay? Then the CRPA, they include that cost in their budget and they distribute it to the three municipalities based on the cost sharing formula. So in the end, the three municipalities, we're all paying our portion of the cost. We're doing some accounting and kind of maintaining the contracts and all of those things for the three municipalities. But we also receive an admin fee for that as well to do that work.
Okay, and your line there with, and we talked about it earlier this morning, Jacques, life cycle. I'll consider that as asset management, right?
It would be, yes, absolutely asset management.
Just another word
Yep.
for.
Yep.
So out of that money in our discussions from this morning and this afternoon on city-owned property, that is actual funding that we could use to go back into maintaining our current assets.
That's right. And the way that it works is our facilities team, through different contracts or so, and they also they use different contract resources or so on. They assess the buildings and they prepare plans
Right.
Based on that. They provide us with the plans. Sometimes, a lot of the times, especially on our buildings post-2006, we go into the life cycle and we can do it. Sometimes, though, unfortunately, the life cycle will not have enough money in it to cover those expenses, and that's where we would include the charges in our capital budgets.
Okay, as long as, I just wanted to clarify that, because you do actually have an asset management plan above it too, right?
That's right,
First
yes,
line
yes.
is 4.7 million. So there's a combination there that can be used.
Absolutely, and that asset management plan, the one above, the life cycle itself, in our internal records,
Downtown.
has a little bit more, there's more earmarked towards specific facilities. The asset management plan up above, that one can be used also on not necessarily just facilities. It can be used on roads, it can be used on trails, it can be used on any other asset.
Okay, and prior to the end of this year, it's 98 million that would be in that projected, right? Account, I do believe it is.
98 million for
98
our
million.
reserve, and at the end of 2025, we're projecting it will be around 77 million.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Which is fine, because.
Because it's the RCMP rent that we're paying for our other capital projects.
Right, and I'll have more questions on that when we get public safety here.
Okay.
As far as that, because I think CRPA should be accountable for some of my questions and not you, so
Okay.
I will reserve that for tomorrow. But thank you,
Perfect.
Jacques, for your answer. Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome.
Councillor Edgett. Oh. Do you mind turning your microphone on again? There we go. You're good.
Then I have it on. Thank you, Worship. Question to Jacques. With regards to the specific purpose capital reserves, there are 2 items on that list that don't have any deposits or draws, but they are as per their policy. And I was just wondering why there wouldn't be anything added or taken out of development charges and affordable housing?
Okay, perfect. No, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Edgett. So the affordable housing one, that is, there's only $4,000 in that one as of now. That's the new reserve as per the policy of when we sell land for economic development purposes, that we put a portion of those funds into our affordable housing. So it's just a new program, it's just starting up. And in terms of the development charges, and I'll just focus more on 2025. So we put development charges in different areas, and we will withdraw when we put the infrastructure in those areas that would service what the development charge was collected to. So in 2025, as of now, we don't necessarily have anything earmarked in this schedule, but if something came up and we would need to put infrastructure in a certain area and it was within the development charges as identified, we would have the funding, because we would not necessarily need to go to the Capital Borrowing Board to do it. We could use this reserve and so on. And as you know, all the reserves, we have to come to council to ask permission to.
Right, and so we weren't anticipating in the upcoming year of collecting any development charges?
Oh, we do. We will certainly collect. It is developed. We could put an estimate, but it is development driven, right? So it's hard for us to predict, okay, when people are going to build 50 units or 40 units. This is new as well. When we're going to become more refined and have a little bit more knowledge of how we collect it, then we could put it in. But for now, we didn't want to necessarily do it one way or another. You're right, though. In the end, next year, this should grow.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't see any other questions on the reserves at this time. And I think besides policing and protective services, that's all that remains in our deliberations. So those things will take place tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. I think we can, Jacques, do you have something you want to add?
No, we're good for today, and we'll just do our final concluding remarks tomorrow after we discuss public safety. And
yeah, and technically at this time we only have just the one motion that has been made.
we have the
seconded.
one, and I think there was another one that was kind of mentioned, was the 2.5% of LSD, but it's not an official motion. We were going to, so Councillor, but you would like to make a motion? So okay, so.
Do you want to make it right now?
There you go.
Okay.
What was the motion again?
So, so the motion was, is when we talked about the LSD, when the governance, municipality governance changed reform, they talked about the most we could give is a 5% or 5-cent raise. And last year, the first year, we gave them that 5 cents. But this year, we haven't really given them any extra regards to the people in the LSD, that I moved that we only, instead of going to the full 5 cents, that we go to the 2.5 cents.
Is there a seconder for that? I do not see a seconder for that. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Crossman. All right, so that's in a parking lot for tomorrow. So thank you all for being here today. Thank you to the finance team for all the hard work to get us here. Sorry. Okay. Councillor Crossman, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, just one quick question, Your Worship. Going through the agenda today, at no point did I see the discussion with regards to a downtown convention center. Is that somewhere did I miss something, or is there a reason why that's not in the
It
budget?
was in the capital, I would
Yes,
understand.
it is in the
sorry, what
cap.
page? I
It is
missed
in the
it then.
capital section. Just hold on a sec. We will find it. It's one of the last pages.
I just didn't see a big discussion on it on the agenda items, so.
All right, so. It would be on page 103, and there's cost in 2025 and 2026 for that project.
Okay, Jacques, I'll take a look at it. Thank you for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Legier.
Yeah, just quickly, maybe for tomorrow, but will we have an opportunity to just go over the list of level 2 and level 3 not recommended? I'd just like to get some better explanations.
Oh, well, we can
can
actually.
do that right now.
We can do that right now, yeah.
Yeah, what page is that?
517.
Oh, right at the very there.
Yeah, so right at the end. 517. Yeah. Let me see, I put my glasses on now.
Was there something in particular, Councillor
There's a
Legier?
couple of things. I remember seeing something related to events, for example. I guess it was, hang on now, and it was going back to Events Moncton. Conversations will occur with Destination Marketing Organization and Events Moncton. And this was for the Augmentation to Sport Tourism Funding Program, requesting an additional $20,000 for additional support. I never saw or maybe I did, and I don't have the details of how the levy's written, but why would they want to provide us funding? Is that within the scope of what we signed with them, for example?
Well, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Leger. So I think really for this one, it's to have a broader conversations because we are collecting around $2.3 million in our levy per year. In some years, it could actually be a little bit even more than that. And the conversation there is, there should be in administration's mind, there should be a way where we can get 20,000 out of 2.3 million, rather than try and cut another initiatives or to try and burden the taxpayer for that initiative. So what we're proposing is to have a conversation with them to clarify the scope. To clarify kind of those activities and see if there is funding available.
Okay, I get that, but what happens if there isn't? And there was an ask to increase the sport tourism funding program. So if they don't, then there's a need. So would you come back and request? I mean, it's $20,000 annually of funding that I think must be required if it was asked.
Yeah, so I think the way that we would approach it, and I mean, there's the short-term game and the long-term game. The short-term game, that 20,000, if needed for a great opportunity or so on, it's within our CAO's budget approval. So he would certainly be able to approve, and we would approve that request if done. On the long-term perspective, I think, and we strike 5-year deals with the DMO and the Events Moncton in terms of the formula. If we see that there's too much funding in one area versus another or so on, I think we would have conversations to see if the distribution, and it would be a council policy decision, if we like the percentages that are going to each of the areas, and that would be a conversation to have, and we could include the pressures that are faced by the City of Moncton, Events Moncton, and also the DMO, and council would be able to make that decision.
Okay. Under events and tourism, again, there was a request for service foreman, and I read the administrative comment, and it talks about, based on all corporate pressures, this request was not ranked as high as others. Now, we did hear that we're getting more and more requests for events. The city's growing. Case in point is even just the additional things we have to do. The overlap of events and Coliseum activities is limited in a year, and the work requirements of these overlaps can be accomplished through overtime, but also hearing that overtime, people don't want to do overtime, quality of life, all that stuff. So, you know, and then yet we're talking about large events, budgets normally will fund additional resources. I guess I'm trying to get my head around, it's not a huge ask, it was a $52,000 ask. Have we, and that sort of comes back down to my wanting to really understand. I don't think the request would be put in there if there wasn't already a stress on staff. So I'm just wondering if there is a potential to review that, to take a look at again, maybe like we did in previous years where I remember there was a position in immigration, I think, or something that had been cut. And we looked at it and we pulled it out of contingency. And I guess I want some assurance because I'm not, I guess, seeing all the things that happen with events and so on, I'm not sure that I'm not questioning your wisdom, but I don't want to burn people out.
Yeah, so I think for us, when, like our process, we gather the requests from all the departments. And the departments will put in the requests, and we go through a prioritization. We take 2-3 days to go through the prioritization. There are some that we're able to fund, there are others we're not. Again, balancing the pressures. And but that's a policy decision of council. If council wants to make a recommendation, that's why we discuss these.
Well, I think in a case like this, and then, you know, and there's also parks, right, that have a labor. I think we're looking at things that are front and center that the residents see. There's a lot of other things maybe that residents don't see. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess I could put a motion in that you know, in light of all the events and the stuff that's happening in the city, maybe we should look at funding that $52,000 position, which would give events more flexibility and the ability to really be able to do what we're asking them to do, and that it come out of contingency. We still have some flexibility in that. If council decides not to, well, that's fine, but I guess I feel that, at least on that case, that we look at that consideration.
Terrific. Is there, Mr. City Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the question. And I think that through the exercise of prioritization, we also speak with the general managers and the directors of the programs to ensure that the need and can they manage, you know, if we don't bring forward these additional or investments, if you want to. So again, with these ones, and you talked about parks, you talked about events, even though it's a pressure point, I think there's this level of comfort that we can probably still manage at this point in time. Not saying that in the future that again, if it continues and if it still continues to be a pressure and it becomes more priority, then in a future budget, we would bring it forward, or in mid-year, if all of a sudden it becomes a breaking point, we bring forward an approach to be able to fund it. But at this point in time, through the priority perspective, that's kind of how we got to the situation of what FTEs were brought forward for funding and which ones were said, well, at this point in time, I think we can manage with what we brought forward. So that's the approach.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll still leave it there for now. Maybe I'll think about that. But I mean, I think it's really important to, again, to have some outside eyes sort of look at this, because even if I flip the page now and I look at Public Works, and then there are 2 mini loaders there. Now we've heard council talk about the fact that, you know, we want more things cleared. We're strongly committed to our active transportation targets, and yet unless these don't meet the active transportation targets, why don't they make the budget? I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it because they're deferred for a year? What other explanation? I guess that's what, because we're not part of those conversations. I understand that, and I said that earlier, that basically, you know, that for all intents and purposes, the budget, you do an excellent job. It's really great. I just would like to go to maybe another level where, you know, there's some assurance that you know, the priorities are put in the right areas, and not that I'm saying that they're not, but that there are more front facing priorities that maybe will not get initial funding. How many years have we talked about the fact that we needed to upgrade customer service? First person you call and who answers the phone in the city of Moncton is customer service. And yet we were supposed to do stuff in the lobby that I think we're going to do this year. My point is, if we had I'll stick to this, if we had an outdoor source do that, maybe then we could all agree on the items that need to go forward and balance it out. So,
So are you making a motion or not?
I still make the motion.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? And this is, so the motion was for $52,000 for an events foreman? Is that?
Events foreman.
Events foreman. It's moved by Councillor Legier. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Arteria. Okay, so that is being parked as well. Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I realize this is the second time around on this item on page 103, Jacques, that you answered for me with regards to the downtown, or to a convention center. Why is it that there is $8 million and then $17 million carried through? I'll let you get to the page. But there's nothing in my binder giving me an overall of the project, or you did say 103, correct? So, but there's nothing, like, as I went through the binder, there's nothing there to support this.
Hold on a sec.
Sure. I don't know if it's yourself or maybe the CAO that would have
No,
that.
it would be us, it would be.
Okay.
Yeah. So the project summary would be on 158.
158?
Yep. And this project as well, as you can see on page 103, like we haven't changed the funding from prior years as well. So it was an item, so on 158.
Okay, good, thank you. And there's supporting evidence and documentation that backs up this, correct? In your department, you would have a report, you would have...
Yes, absolutely. Right now, we are working on the basis of 8 million in 2025 and then another 17 million next year as well as part of this project.
Good, thank you, Your Worship.
All right, I don't see any other questions at this time. Are we good to recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.? Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
Non, il a fait. Ouais, ben, tu peux juste approuver ton année 2025. Ouais.